Welcome to This Dumb Week, a weekly live Twitter space hosted by Alex Marinos and yours truly, Dr. RollerGator. Available in podcast form on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, Audible, iHeartRadio, and others. Alex, welcome back. Have you had a sufficiently dumb week?
Oh yeah. We're doing the dumb department is definitely not wanting for work. I did miss Chelsea Clinton though. I got to say.
Well,
they're back in the news now.
I took your request and I specifically removed that from the intro, sir. I need a heads up.
I'm taking the L. I'm telling you, like from a listener's perspective, I just kind of was expecting it and just didn't come.
For the record, our podcast has 5 perfect stars on both Apple and Spotify. So we are beating them numerically that way. Now on Apple, their podcast does have over 300 reviews, pushing them further down. But we don't have as many reviews on Apple.
We have 298 for us.
On Spotify. We have 5 on Apple, 5 reviews. But we have approximately 30 on Spotify, so that's not too bad. But they're all 5. They're perfect. They're perfect 5s. They're perfect 5s, Alex. That's what matters the most.
That's correct.
Now,
this week has been again as usual pretty eventful. You know how it goes.
Well, you didn't make the mistake in assuming. You didn't make the mistake in assuming that we'd have a prayer of making it through all the material this week, did you?
No.
Okay. Good.
No.
Good.
No.
Good.
I have 3 million reasons to expect otherwise.
All right. Well, we're gonna get started then on some of the dumb week that we've had.
Trump taking down a racist post on his social media account that had been up there for 12 hours. The video depicting former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes. Republican Senator Tim Scott saying this is the most racist thing I've seen out of the White House. Outrage for Republicans and Democrats. At first, the White House defending it. Tonight, no apology from the president. Rachel Scott at the White House.
Tonight, President Trump facing an avalanche of criticism from Democrats and Republicans after posting a blatantly racist video portraying former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defending the post, saying, "Please stop the fake outrage." But the criticism only grew, including from Republican leaders who rarely break from Trump on anything. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, the Senate's only black Republican, calling the president's post the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House, adding, "The president should remove it." Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi writing, "This is totally unacceptable. The president should take it down and apologize." Seldom have Republicans been so willing to criticize President Trump, but today their statements piling up. Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio posting, "The release of racist images of former President Barack and First Lady Michelle Obama is offensive, heartbreaking, and unacceptable." Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania calling the president's post a grave failure of judgment, adding it's absolutely unacceptable from anyone, most especially from the President of the United States. A clear and unequivocal apology is owed. The president has not apologized, but 12 hours after the racist video was posted, it was taken down. Tonight, a White House official telling ABC News a White House staffer erroneously made the post. They would not say who the staffer was, why they posted the video on the president's account, and whether they will face disciplinary action. President Trump is ultimately responsible for his social media account, and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has not walked back her defense of the racist imagery. The president has not commented at all. He did, however, keep posting messages on social media, including plans for his White House renovation and attacks on old foes. And David, we will learn tonight that President Trump personally called Republican Senator Tim Scott, but still no apology from the president and no word from the Obamas either. They have chosen not to comment, David.
So, Donnie doing what he does best and shooting himself in the foot when he might be having a otherwise decent week. That's his typical.
Do you think maybe this is attempting to distract the distraction?
How many layers of distractions from the main thing are we on now? Because I think
you see, I've given this some thought.
Okay,
and right. When you're performing a DDoS, it doesn't really matter what the actual, request that you're trying to swap out is. It could be that all the requests you're sending are legitimate. It's just that you just don't. You're just creating an event under which a lot of things can slip, and then just kind of adding a whole lot of noise on top, and then it's done. It's like a house clearing slash, added chaos like this stuff on top. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, it could be just this is how the Trump administration is going to be this time, and this mess is going to keep going for 3 years. Totally possible.
It's my understanding. It's my understanding, roughly speaking, that the video in question was screen capped. So it wasn't even like an original production or an intentional posting of the trailer video that caused the controversy. It was someone doing a screen recording of a video they wanted to post to his Truth Social, where the reel automatically auto-played to the offensive content afterwards. And that is where.
Okay. Well,
and that is where.
Like fuck up. I see.
Yes, but I really wish that the people who ran anything in the White House had a little bit more technological acumen before engaging with.
Yeah, but I mean, you also wish that the people who ran the trade policy knew something about trade. The people who ran diplomatic services didn't know that about the policy. So I feel like AV skills are like.
I guess in this scenario, beggars can't be choosers and that kind of situation.
I mean, given the competence levels of this administration, I just genuinely thought, I think Gorka is one of the people with access. Like, I could just say him just posting that and being like, yeah, whatever. Sure, sounds good.
Everyone will forget it in 2 weeks anyway or something. I guess maybe, it'll all be forgotten with the next scandal. I mean, he could always do something more offensive and to distract from
from this.
Distract from
yeah.
this. Yeah.
I mean, he could show up naked for a press conference or something. Like, so many things, really.
Now, this next one, I wouldn't necessarily categorize it as stupid. It's more bizarre and fascinating. I mean, it's horrifying if you are the family involved, but the circumstances in around this are just more, I call it interesting, and not necessarily positive, but just interesting.
Vanna Guthrie's family renewing their pleas to their mother's kidnapper in another emotional video. Meanwhile, we're learning more about the Southern California man who's under arrest accused of sending a bogus ransom demand. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter live in Torrance with the new details in this heart-wrenching case. Leanne.
Mark, here in Torrance, neighbors of Derek Colella say they can't believe that someone would target Nancy Guthrie's family just as they are desperately and anxiously awaiting any word on the 84-year-old's whereabouts. This is the man now accused of texting a fake ransom demand to Nancy Guthrie's family. The FBI says Derek Colella did it shortly after the 84-year-old's daughter, Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie, and her siblings posted an emotional video pleading for information from their mother's kidnapper.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive.
In Torrance, Colella's neighbors surprised by the federal charges.
We haven't seen him as much over the last year, I want to say. Yeah, but his parents are, everyone kind of keeps to themselves, but very friendly, good neighbors.
Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom.
Tonight, another plea for proof of life from Guthrie's son as federal investigators work on authenticating a ransom letter sent to several media outlets demanding Bitcoin.
There was no other demands within that letter, so they're still waiting for communication.
Investigators now laying out a detailed timeline focusing in on a 45-minute window in the middle of the night when they believe the elderly grandmother was abducted. She had dinner and game night Saturday evening at daughter Annie's house. Family members brought her home just before 10. 4 hours later at 1:48 a.m., her doorbell camera was disconnected. At 2:12, a Nest camera detected a possible intruder, but it was not set up to record images. And at 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app disconnected from her phone, which was left behind in her home. At the front door, drops of Nancy's blood.
To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. This is an 84-year-old grandma that needs vital medication for her well-being.
So much concern, and rightfully so. And so far, no word from any potential captor. Meanwhile, here at home, Colella is scheduled to make his first appearance in federal court tomorrow.
Now, obviously, it's terrifying if a family member goes missing, and it also appears that they were abducted. And the part I find fascinating, and I don't take this lightly. It is dumb in a way, but it's not the standard type of dumb that we're more normally mocking. But the idea of taking someone for ransom like that, where the amount of publicity about the kidnapping sort of removes the ability to even have a means of returning the person and collecting your ransom in a coherent way. Like the number of eyeballs that are on this situation make it extremely difficult to do a transfer in order to actually have your ransom pay off, which is one of the aspects I find particularly fascinating about this prospect. Again, the situation for the family is horrifying, and I don't make light of it, but on a meta sort of situation, the idea that you were going to kidnap a famous relative of a famous person who has access to the media, hold them ransom for presumably Bitcoin, and then somehow expect to facilitate an exchange for this Bitcoin is rather preposterous, because the moment that you actually have to facilitate the return, you have to be somewhat nearby. It's not like you can actually just drop this person off at the McDonald's and then wait for the transfer and say, oh, she's at McDonald's. Like the jig will be up at some point, and you'll be busted for for kidnapping them. I just don't understand the logic on that. Maybe you have a better idea how you could pull this off, Alex.
Well, do we know that the message is legit? Because it could just be somebody with a Bitcoin address being like, hey, I could get something with this.
So it's my understanding that they are taking it as legitimate. That doesn't necessarily mean it is. It could be that this person was abducted for just arbitrary theft reasons, meaning like they were just taking them and robbing their person, robbing what was ever on them, and they realized, maybe when they got to a destination where they could inspect the person, that they didn't have much on them, and then they unfortunately discarded the person. I don't know, but it's my understanding, based off of what I've read, that there was ransom involved, and that the FBI is taking that as legitimate.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, a lot of stuff does happen in secret. You don't. There's part that is released to the public and part that happens in secret, and probably one of those cases where it's reasonable to expect that there's going to be some secrecy and game theory involved. So it's hard to really know what's happening behind the scenes, I guess. But I mean, yeah. Hopefully,
my normal expectation is that part of the ransom would involve making sure that they don't say anything to anyone. Like the person who's holding the ransom wants this to be as secret as possible and the exchange to be as secret as possible. But this is kind of like, an all hands on deck scenario now, because it's the mother of a host of the Today Show, right? Like right. You couldn't pick a worse target conceivably to avoid.
But they also sent the thing to the media. He said right. So they sent the message, so they weren't even attempting to.
That's why I find it confusing.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's what I don't. Now, speaking of things that I find confusing, that I believe you also find extremely confusing, is the New York Times article, "Are ski jumpers enhancing their penises to fly further?"
We do call it the bird in Greek, so I don't know. Maybe there's a connection.
This is from the New York Times. "The Winter Olympics has long been a battleground for marginal gains. Just look at the international bobsled Bobsleigh and Skeleton Federation banning the new helmets Great Britain had planned to wear next week due to their aerodynamic ridges. Thursday, however, took things to a new level in Milan Cortina. Ski jumpers allegedly injecting their penises with hyaluronic acid in order to fly that little bit further. The claims were originally reported in German newspaper Bild in January on the eve of the latest Winter Olympics beginning in Italy and subsequently addressed by the World Anti-Doping Agency President Witold Banca during a press conference. So far, so lurid, but there is science behind the allegations. Injecting the penis with acid would increase its size and give the ski jumpers bigger genitalia at the point their suits are measured by 3D scanners. Temporarily enhanced measurements would theoretically mean athletes being given a bigger, looser suit and like a sail catching the wind could allow them to make longer jumps. Research from the scientific journal Frontiers published last October said that the 2-centimeter change in a suit represented an extra 5.8 meters in length of a jump. Bild quoted Dr. Kamran Karam, a senior consultant at Maria Hilf Hospital in Krefeld, as saying, it is possible to achieve a temporary visual thickening of the penis by injecting paraffin or hyaluronic acid. No specific athletes have been accused of the practice, but WADA has vowed to investigate it if it is presented with evidence of wrongdoing. Included in their powers, typically reserved for tackling the use of performance-enhancing drugs, is the ability to ban substances that go against the spirit of the sport. I'm not aware of the details of ski jumping and how it can improve, but if anything was to come to the surface, it would look like we would look at anything if it is actually doping related, said Oliver Nigley, Director General of WADA, when asked about the allegations at a press conference on Thursday. We don't do other means of enhancing performance, but our list committee would certainly look into whether this would fall into this category, but I haven't heard about that until you mentioned. WADA President Witold Banca told the same news conference, ski jumping is very popular in Poland, his home country, so I promise you I'm going to look at it, he said. Both Banca and Niglius seemed more amused and confused than outraged by the suggestions of improper practice, but Bild's claims come a challenging moment for ski jumping. 18-month bans were handed out to 2 disgraced coaches and an equipment manager in Norway's ski jumping team on January 15th after it was found they had manipulated the suits of the team's best jumpers in order to gain an advantage. Now, there's actually a double whammy here, Alex, and that is, not only is it unfair if the men are injecting themselves with hyaluronic acid into their penises to somehow gain an advantage, but this is also a just sort of a bias against the gender bifurcation of the sport, right? So if you have last Summer Olympics, there was a controversy of a supposed born male who was identified as female through some genetic confusion in a boxing match, where it was a controversy because their ability to punch was so much greater than their female opponent, and that this created a disadvantage. But now, if you have someone who is able to be in the female sport but injecting their penis with the hyaluronic acid, that's sort of like a double cheat in that kind of sense, right? Like you're not only having an advantage of possibly being a male in a particular female sport, but you also now are able to cheat with a means that no other female is able to cheat with.
I mean, the surgery room is right there. Seriously. What's stopping you? I'm kidding. Yeah, no, it's, I mean, jokes aside, I think all this stuff becomes stupid at some point, but at the same time, it's very serious because people are risking their health. So my brain just wants to find a countermeasure, even though, again, I do understand that this is like, a hole in water. Like, you are just not never going to, solve the main problem. Nevertheless, isn't the solution here to have a standard sort of large sort of area there, whatever it is, to standardize the resistance to air for everybody, and then how much you fill it is up to you.
Well, that's got to be some sort of pre-event inspection process in order to make sure that the athlete did
No,
not
what I'm saying is like you size to the max, for lack of a better term, and then you basically separate the aerodynamics from the interior. I don't know how to say it.
Well, that does fit that story does fit our paradigm of something dumb.
Yeah, well, it's very good though, because when I sent it to you, I was expecting this scientific breakdown that I got. So I just could not open it and read it myself. It was just.
Oh, okay. I was the guinea pig for that because Gator will read it. He'll read anything.
I mean, you did.
All right. Well, we're going to move on now to America's favorite mayor, Mamdani, and some of his first month victories, I guess. 9 out of 10 NYC renters staying in place in frozen market. And that I don't believe that's an intended pun given the cold spells that we've had, but that just happens to be an accidental pun. New York City's rental market shifted from unaffordable to almost immobile, with renters effectively frozen in place. Even asking rents climbed to new highs in late 2025, new data from Realtor.com showed. In the fourth quarter of 2025, the median asking rent in the city reached $3,585, up 6.6% year over year, with Manhattan at $4,886, and borrowers needing roughly $195,000 in income to keep housing costs under 30% of earnings, according to the Q4 2025 NYC rental report. Nearly 90% of renters stayed in the same unit they occupied a year early, far above the national average of 78.4%. New York City's rental market is effectively locked in place, says Danielle Hale, chief economist at Realtor.com. Asking rents are rising while at the same time the inventory for units is being squeezed by record low turnover. Rents climbed as mobility stalled. The report highlights rent stabilization as a key driver of the city's low vacancy and low mobility. Roughly 40% of New York's rental stock is stabilized, with those units posting a vacancy rate of just under 1% in 2023, compared with about 1.8% for market rate apartments. The stay put trend is most extreme in the Bronx, where 93.7% of renters remained in place in 2024, and rents have risen more than 50% over 6 years. Overcrowding, defined as more than 2 people per bedroom, is nearly twice as common in rent stabilized homes as in market rentals, the report found. As residential mobility breaks down, we see a domino effect of the city's economy, said Realtor.com economist Jay Zhu. Renters are delaying major life changes like job transitions or family formation because the cost of moving or the lack of anything to move to has become a big barrier. Mayor Mamdani's planned rent freeze for stabilized units, expected as soon as October 2026, promises short-term relief for sitting tenants, but analysts warned it could tighten the supply of available apartments even further if residents held on to below-market leases, pushing more pressure onto the market rate stock. Renters are already strained by rising costs, with one Harvard-backed estimate showing roughly half of the U.S. renters paying at least 30% of income on housing utilities. The New York mortgage market also found buyers willing to stay put in high-priced metros, even as rates stay elevated, reinforcing the lock-in effect on both the rental and ownership sides. New York's frozen rental ladder point to a growing pool of would-be first-time buyers who could not yet move, but who represent significant pent-up demand once affordability and inventory eased. Now, the Washington Post has sort of come at Mamdani and hit him sort of with a article here. NYC's small landlords say they won't survive Mamdani plan to freeze rent. In a city packed with mighty real estate titans, they are the small ones. They bought or inherited aging apartment buildings, hoping to bring home a little extra cash as property values grew, and they fulfilled the dreams of their immigrant parents. For decades, the investments appeared to pay off, despite stringent rules restricting rental increases for apartment buildings constructed before 1974. But in recent years, as maintenance and insurance bills surged, the problems added up. Rental incomes largely stagnated, even as the cost to replace boilers, roofs, windows, and lead-soaked walls soared, leaving property owners in the red. Now, with the city's political landscape shifting around them, New York landlords say they are at the breaking point as Mayor Zohran Mamdani begins to implement even more aggressive tenant-friendly policies. The Democratic Socialist easily prevailed in the November election by tapping into the cost of living worries of New Yorkers, 2/3 of whom resume rent. He vowed to freeze what tenants in the city's 1 million rent-stabilized apartments pay monthly, and he made landlords an early foil for his administration, scheduling rental rip-off hearings to showcase illegal, unfair, abusive, deceptive, or unconscionable landlord practices. Why is he targeting us? Asks Valentina Jogaki, who owns two rent-stabilized apartment buildings in the Bronx. This is my investment and something I expect to retire on. What happens to me when I can no longer afford to run these buildings? Gojaki's concern reflects a broader fraying of relations between landlords and the Mamdani administration that could have nationwide implications for the debate over affordable housing, with some experts calling the nation's stock of aging rental units a crucial component of any long-term strategy to stabilize prices. Housing advocates say relief is desperately needed in New York, where a third of households spend at least half of their income on rent. They've been buoyed by the mayor's day one decision to strengthen the office to protect tenants and hire Sia Weaver, who we've covered before, a nationally recognized, albeit controversial, activist, and as its director. Today is the start of a new era for New York City, Mamdani declared in January, recounting stories of residents living with shoddy heating systems and roaches. New Yorkers voted for a new day for our city because past one is clouded by housing insecurity and instability, where they cannot afford a life of dignity and the city they love. The promise of the new tenant protections have especially rattled landlords who do not hold vast real estate portfolios, people such as retired transit worker Irving Lee, who inherited an 8-unit rent-stabilized building in Manhattan's Chinatown. Lee said his father, a bookkeeper and laundryman originally from China, bought the building in the 1980s when Mayor Ed Koch was urging immigrants to invest in distressed properties to combat blight. He now wonders how much longer he can hold on to his family's investment, given monthly rents of $700 to $1,500 for units on an average that take $1,300 apiece to maintain. There are forces in this city that make it extremely difficult for property owners to care for and renovate these buildings, he said. Ann Korchak, president of the Small Property Owners of New York, estimated that the city has 22,000 buildings consisting of 6 to 10 units per property. Thousands of them, she said, are owned by New Yorkers like Lee. City data showed that rent-stabilized units present about 40% of all rentals, their average monthly rent about $1,600. The city's Rent Guidelines Board annually establishes how much landlords can raise what they charge for units. The board didn't approve an increase for 2 years during the pandemic, but allowed increases of about 3% each year since 2022, and the article continues. Now, Alex, I always love this sort of fiasco because one of the things that is very well studied is the effect of price controls on rentals and what happens and what people do when they're occupying rent controlled units, and it's never particularly great for everyone involved. It's only particularly good for the person who has the rent controlled unit, and that affords them many abilities to sort of cheat the system and get extra benefits for that rent controlled property, even including subletting at a higher price and just trying to lie about it.
Yep.
Oh man. And of course the Democratic Socialist is going to try to enhance that type of bad idea because all those bad ideas are the good ideas, according to the Democratic Socialist. So I'm going to watch enthusiastically to see what the effects are of that, because I can't imagine. I don't know if you've ever actually seen some of the ridiculous exposés of the tiniest apartments that you can find in New York, which wind up being really just retrofitted closets.
Right.
Where people have their bed and like a kitchen sink in the same tiny space.
Look, I mean, if you want to minimize movement, how else are you going to do it? Look, it's okay. Trying to make sense of all of this, right? Like I agree with you. The economics is sound, and the use studies in the real world, case studies, many. So why does this thing keep coming back? And I think it's ultimately, the problem is real, right? Like the rent's going up sucks, and it's terrible because moving is very hard, right? So it's almost like you have a localized monopoly on each person, or each family. So you kind of see how that can tug at the heartstrings, but also like is a real vote mover, right? So you can see why it would keep coming up, even though it doesn't work.
Well, in this scenario,
it does work because the people who get their rents frozen are fine in the short term, right? It's not exactly that it hurts everybody equally, and therefore whatever. It has a lot of bad consequences down the road, but if politicians fucking the next generation was a was a death sentence, we would have no politicians.
Well, in a place like New York,
see it.
In a place like Manhattan or New York broadly, speaking, you have a lot of buildings that are multi-tenant, right? They're not single family homes, right? So the ratio of voter to landlord, right? The tenant to landlord voter components are obviously skewed in the to the benefit of the tenants, right? Their interests are going to be lopsided in any sort of negotiation. So of course the tenants are going to vote for a third party to freeze the smaller cohort of the landlord's ability to change prices.
Yeah. Yeah. But, well, in that sense, it's another sort of, the many vote to take the money of the few, I guess, or whatever way. But it's, but I don't know. Like, it's just frustrating because you know what's going to happen. You can predict it mathematically, and ultimately everybody loses. But it's one of those negative sum things, but where, one side pays the cost early and one side pays the cost late, I suppose. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Like, what do you like? I mean, besides the basics, like how do you suggest like handling the situation?
Well, it's very bizarre to me that that's really even a component of something that the mayor can push for. I'm used to it because that's sort of the environment we grow up in, but it seems extremely baffling to me that you have the ability to control something like rents across a domain that is so wide, because not only do you get to control, to some degree control these rents, and I'm sure that the mechanisms are not as easy as just saying I'm going to freeze rents, that there are other government agencies involved in deciding what the rents are going to be, and that there's all sorts of regulations that come from the state that put imposition on the people in control that are not just as clear as saying I'm going to do this. But you not only have the ability on some level to control the rents, you have the sort of ability to control what the zoning is for the area as well. And so you get to, like, you're basically playing a video game of SimCity in real life, and you're not necessarily beholden to anything more than the propaganda you get to push to get yourself elected. Like if in these scenarios, tried and true, if the tenants suffer from these policies with the obvious expected things, which is if you freeze the rents, the improvements on the buildings cannot be as large. You won't have new buildings that put reduced pressure on the rents because there's no profit incentive to build new. Not only is there zoning issues and the people who get classified as not in my backyard voting to keep these new buildings out of their area because they don't want the noise pollution, or they don't want if they're the landlords, they don't typically want their property values to decrease by competitive things. But you wind up in a situation where the buildings are not going to be improved. Now, of course, someone like Mamdani and others can say, like, oh, they must do this, they must do that to improve the living quality of the units they're renting out. But that'll only get you so far, because reality hits you, and you can't make someone pay things that are unaffordable for them to pay. They will just try to sell the property or abandon the property altogether. You can't force someone to maintain a property outside of fining them, but if they just abandon it, you have to then chase them down to get them to pay fines, which happens in some locations at the extremes. But what's going to happen is that the material conditions of these properties is going to degrade, possibly quickly, but maybe just slowly over time. And the same people who voted for the policy to be implemented that is sort of causing the problem are going to turn to the same person who promised to fix it by imposing the solution that actually caused the problem. And it'll just be this endless cycle of further degradation. Where every time they're going to blame the same people who aren't exactly to blame.
Look, ultimately the answer is to build more stuff, right? Just build more. If more people want to live in the city, then you have an auction ultimately, right? The rent freeze is an attempt to make the auction dynamic stop, but of course that just leaks everywhere else, right? Like so many ways, in ways you've already discussed. So you just need more supply. Now, the more supply could happen. I'm not a New York expert, by the way, so correct me if I'm wrong. You could probably do that like in places that are adjacent to areas that are not built up. I have a hard time thinking one. I guess in Manhattan you could do it by building like in areas that aren't like skyscrapers, I guess. But that's the real solution. But at least temporarily. And then you get into arguments about, disturbing the view, yada yada. I don't know.
That's where the not in my backyard people come into play. They sort of locally vote against certain development in order to not you sometimes not have their property values decrease just through the competitive space, but also possibly because the planned development obstructs a benefit that they have, like a view. So if one of the prime selling features is this view you offer, and then the person that's going to be developing is going to obstruct your view or place something in your field of view that decreases your property value, you have
I think I have it. I think I solved it, Gator. So the people who then would complain there are the landlords, are the owners, right? The people who are voting. Right. Okay, so here's what you do. So basically, what you have is a Mexican standoff right now, right? Like the landlords are holding each other hostage by not allowing others to build, because then that degrades their property, but then that drives rents higher, which I guess they want technically, but triggers the rent freeze. So what you do is you say, if an area has a kind of the NIMBY sort of attributes, like it keeps blocking builds, we will freeze the rents. Mm-hmm. Good luck. Right? You freeze the builds, we freeze the rents.
So you build automatic penalty systems into it instead of allowing the arguing to occur. Right. So if you do this will be the gotcha. All right, Nicholas, what were you going to say?
Yeah, so I'm familiar with Seattle. And so you have to consider that, like, the one thing that I've realized about a lot of the people that support rent control is that you can defeat it by just explaining to them how a business works. So you're like, okay, you want to build a building.
Has that ever worked with a democratic socialist? Explaining how business
I've
works.
At least gotten them to stutter a few times, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But I'm in Seattle, and so
Nick, your whatever gain you have is like A, very loud, and B, actually hurting. So is there something you can?
Is it? Oh God, it's just my
phone. I don't know, Gator, if you're hearing it the same on your end.
Is my phone not? Is it better now?
Just be softer. Have a nicer, softer bed sitting in here. All right.
Get a sweet, sultry tones. But yeah, so in Seattle, basically they froze evictions for all of COVID. And what that resulted in was you have a building, and then you have 2-3 units that you can't evict from for like 3 years, right? And then on top of that, if you want to do an eviction, even if someone just shows up, like a tweaker is in your unit, the cops will refuse to do anything if they say the magic words of I received mail here. And you have to go through a year-long process just to deal with that. And what that has the effect of doing is it decouples the rental market from the actual real estate market, because they're not forgiving your taxes when they're forcing you to leave these units occupied by grifters, or what they call professional tenants. So you end up with, like, imagine if you are thinking about going into real estate and you have to consider the possibility that you're going to end up with 4 years of time where you have a person occupying your unit where they're still collecting taxes, all the fees and all the permits, and they can still even go to the compliance violations and get you fined for thousands of dollars for things that don't work while they're staying in your building. There's a decoupling that occurs with these loony bin, like, landlord tenant laws in addition to just the pure real estate market, if that makes any sense. Like, the guy below me in my building in Seattle, he, I think, owed $20,000 by the time they evicted him. And they knew at that point, because it was like the 3 years after COVID, that they'd have to go through another 12 months just to get him evicted. So they ended up actually buying him out. And that money doesn't just, this is the thing, that money doesn't just like appear, like poof, that actually has to come from and be defrayed by every other unit in the building, which causes the cost of rent to go up. So there's this vicious cycle of this landlord-tenant law that they make it impossible to evict people in a sane, reasonable way. That like, it can snowball into just increasing rent, purely independent of the real estate market and solely as a function of landlord-tenant laws, which are obtuse. That's my 2 cents.
Well, it won't detach rent from the market, because if they just ask for a lot more money, then people are going to leave, right? That's the problem, I guess. It creates this weird double bind where you can't charge less and you can't charge more. So you're like, well, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to sell it. Like, I'm just going off the market, whatever.
And then there's no, like, you can have a lot of real estate, but if no one wants to be a landlord because the laws are so vicious, then you don't have any inventory. Even if you're building 1 million buildings a day, they're all going to be condos or something, maybe bought up by Chinese investors, or BlackRock. I don't know.
So why does somebody has to explain to me why sorry, this is a complete topic change, but like,
go for it. We're here for it, man.
I don't know. I don't understand why, like, this whole, the whole meme, I haven't followed it deeply. I just keep hearing about it. They keep buying rental properties. I'm like, well, are they like somehow like this incredible investment that I'm, somehow not figuring out how?
They're searching for the next thing after 2008, man. They got out of the mortgages, those CDOs, and now
I want to point out
aren't buying houses, so we should. I don't know, like, fine. Okay.
Every Superman movie involving Lex Luthor has involved some plot involving land acquisition and him, gaining wealth by acquiring land. So I just want to point that out. So that's been, a long running. Major plot.
I could understand if they have like some algorithm in the background that like passes through the various filters of like, okay, is this like an aggressive administration here? What are the existing laws on the books like? I don't know. It could be, but I just want to understand like how that whole thing, some of it I think is exaggerated and has been found to be exaggerated, but like, I think there's a kernel there. I just don't understand what's going on. Anyway, but I don't know. I guess to me, ultimately, like, if you, this is it's such a classic thing of like, like the same thing actually, as I understand, is happening in California, but on a statewide level, where they've effectively the cost of power is set from centrally from the government, but they then complain to the local power company about like not fixing their various their delivery network for the reason, because of all the fires. So what they do now is if there's a chance of fire, they just take down the grid for that area, and they're like, yeah, sorry, no power.
Oh,
there's also recurring annual situations where the citizens are actually put under usage ordinances where they're not permitted to use, like, if it's water or electricity. So depending on what utility it is, they're actually told that you're not permitted to use any more than this amount per day or something like that.
As a staunch capitalist, As a staunch capitalist, there's one thing that I believe that cannot be capitalist, and that is the electricity market. And every single place that has, like, quote unquote, deregulated their market, the issue is that you have a transmission line, which is a fixed piece of infrastructure, like a grid. You can't not buy power. So if someone bids $1 million a kilowatt hour and they just happen to be next to a city, you can't not buy it. And that's the reason that, like, this was that whole Enron thing in California where they were just like, oh, shut off that plant and then we'll bid $1 billion per kilowatt hour.
There are additional complexities when it comes to something like a structural supplier being a local monopoly over a particular item and having difficulty in finding a correct equilibrium for pricing structures. So the point is well taken. But that doesn't mean that the solutions that
I mean, with the telecoms, what they did in Greece, and I'm sure it happens elsewhere, is that you decouple the infrastructure from the service, right? So there is a power line, but there could be multiple sort of, I don't know, like, I guess I like have the MVNOs here, where, you know, at least a layer on top can be competed on, if not the infrastructure itself.
That gets really complicated when you talk about like providing electricity and things like that. Like, how do you route?
Look up the power flow problem, because basically it's like water; it just runs downhill. You can't like tweak where it's coming from. You know, you can't like rebuild the estuary network because someone overbid. You know, that's the issue.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, maybe I would pay more to have a service that gives me a great UX on top of whatever it is that I'm having my, you know, my like,
as opposed to turning it off.
Let me put it differently. Put as much as you can into the marketplace, and then let's talk about how you deal with a hardcore. But what's happening now is that you have the asset attached to things that could be competed on and aren't, like, you know, how shitty their website is, or, you know, or whatever, which, you know, it doesn't have to. But beyond that, I will say that there are things that are exceedingly stupid, like even when there were prior monopolies and then they get broken by a new technology effectively. And then you basically have these laws that prevent you from having like multiple cable providers or you know, internet over cable or internet over this, over that in a certain area because somebody else bought the right legally or whatever it is. So, you know, you have a technical limitation at one point, which then gets enshrined in law and then becomes, you know, how things work effectively forever. So, you know, the stupid can spread. And I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you said, you know, if you find a way to deliver power to people, you know, you can charge them for it, even if you're not the power company. I can't imagine how you do it, but I bet you people will figure something out.
I would summarize it thusly that while there are issues with the naive sort of laissez-faire ideas of having a free market in certain items like electricity, where it becomes a local monopoly over supply. While there are issues, oftentimes the solutions that are provided by government do not help in any way whatsoever, but exacerbate the stupid.
The laws are usually written by the lobbyists for the companies. You see, because the politicians don't understand the power flow problem. So lobbyists for Enron write the law.
Here's the thing, and you know, not to defend them, but I guess to defend them a little bit. The problem you have as a company is that if you don't do that, the laws will be written for you, and then you end up like the 3D printing industry, which is facing the situation where you know, people might have to have background checks to buy a 3D printer. Like, you know, like if you're an incompetent industry, you get screwed. So the competent industry, like, you know, you have this like crazy governance on top of you, right? That is like this massive business risk. Like, what do you like? And you have a way of taking control of it. What do you do? I mean, the responsible thing to do, frankly, is to take control of it. But then once you do have control of it, well,
then what do you do? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they usually start with a monopoly in the power grid, like you have in like Seattle City Light or like But then what happens is they go from that to like a deregulated system, which is like Enron comes in and writes a bunch of rules that they can game. Like that's the two things that we have in the U.S. are the monopoly, which universally has cheaper power than any of the states like Massachusetts or California that have quote unquote deregulated the power grid. That's
right,
the
right. So, and that's the other thing. I think, in the situations like California, like just nationalize it, guys. Like give mercy, like save us all from the theater. Like, oh, it's a market because it's a private company, but we tell them what to do, but then not how to do it. So then it's up to them how to, and then it's like, oh my God, the market is destroying us. It's like, no, like this is nothing to do with the market, like literally at all. In some cases it will be a lot more honest to just say like, this is California power, or, Newsom power, or whatever. Just call it something honest and handle it, Well, if you called it, I swear to God, if you called it Newsom power, it would probably get fixed.
Fair. Point taken.
So let's move on here to some other topics because we do want to attempt to touch the surface of the things to talk about this week. The next topic here is actually voter ID, because there is a act passing through Congress that is being argued about called the SAVE Act that proposes some national rules for voter IDs. And it's popular among voters, but also when you hear some of the reasons that people come up with to be against it, they are a little bit confusing.
The American people are with Nicki Minaj, because what are we talking about here? So take a look here. Favor voter ID to vote. Look, I got all this polling on the screen going back since 2018. You'll notice on all of it, it's all north of 75%, 76%, 76%, 76%, 81%, and then 83% in the last year of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. They favor photo ID to be able to vote.
What about by party? What's the party breakdown?
Yeah, normally you might expect, hey, there'd be a big divide by party with Republicans really for it and Democrats really against it. But not really here. I mean, just take a look here. Favor photo ID to vote. You got 95% of Republicans, pretty much all of them, but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. So again, Nicki Minaj posting that on X, and what you see is that the American people, actually, it's not really all that controversial. The American people are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even if they are Democrats. We're talking about 7 in 10 Democrats agreeing with Nicki Minaj that you, in fact, should show a voter ID to vote.
What's the racial breakdown?
Okay, what's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here. Favor photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able.
So Jamie Raskin was on CNN this week and asked a question about this law.
All right, welcome back. Joining me now in the arena to continue our conversation about President Trump's calls to nationalize future elections, Democratic Congressman from Maryland, Jamie Raskin. He's also the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you for being here. Now, you, of course, are also a professor of constitutional law. So let's read together the relevant portion of the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1. It says, quote, "The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators." So, what, in your view, does this say about what the president is proposing to do here?
Well, notice the president is not mentioned anywhere. The states are the primary regulators of federal elections for members of the House and the Senate, and Congress can decide to regulate over the states, as we've done under Article 1, Section 4 and under Section 5 of the 14th Amendment with the Voting Rights Act. But of course, Donald Trump and MAGA have been at war with the Voting Rights Act, which is an attempt to make sure that everybody gets the right to vote. They want to create a magical new power that the President of the United States himself has to go around and to mop up voter data from the states to do God knows what with, either to go back and to try to revive his absolute fantasy that he won the 2020 election, or more likely to look ahead in order to deny people the right to vote. So the president doesn't have a formal constitutional role. And when people say, well, is he going to cancel the midterm elections? He's got no power to do that. I mean, we had midterm congressional elections in the middle of the Civil War, in the middle of World War II. Why would we cancel them now? It makes no sense.
Congressman, of course, the president's allies say that this is all about the SAVE Act, which would require voter ID, although a fairly stringent form of it. Voter ID is supported by the majority of Americans, but there are Democrats on the Hill. You voted against this. Why not support voter ID?
Well, look, first of all, this is not a problem that people are identifying or recognizing in the states. The states and local governments are perfectly capable of identifying when there are problems. This is obviously being cooked up by Donald Trump to justify his persistent and utterly bogus claim that he won the 2020 election when Biden beat him by more than 7 million votes. But what's wrong with the SAVE Act? What's wrong with it is that it might violate the 19th Amendment, which gives women the right to vote, because you've got to show that all of your different IDs match. So if you're a woman who's gotten married and you've changed your name to your husband's name, but so now your current name is different from your name at birth, now you've got to go ahead and document that. You need an affidavit explaining why. And why would we go to all of these the troubles in order to keep people from voting when none of the states that are actually running the elections are telling us that there's any?
So, Alex, would you believe Jamie Raskin there that the law that's being proposed forces every single woman who has ever changed their name due to marriage have to go through an infinite number of hoops to be able to vote? Is that a plausible scenario that one would object to the voter ID law for?
Well, would you expect that Republican or Democrat women would be more likely to change their name when they vote?
Well, now listen. While right now, the way that the general trends seem to go, the getting married and starting a family cohort seems to be more on the Republican side.
In general, yes.
But the Democrats have an extremely large number of people who believe in a concept called dead naming, where legally changing your name to the opposite sex is in vogue. So, the balance of name changing there would be sort of, hit and miss, right? I would say.
Don't like you need to do this for like your bank, right?
Well, so I attached the SAVE Act to the thread here because I was curious about what he might be referring to. And here are the primary forms of accepted proof for ID. Real ID, which is the sort of newer federal standard for government issued identification, a valid U.S. passport, U.S. military ID paired with a record of service showing U.S. place of birth, and a government issued photo ID showing a U.S. place of birth. Those are all accepted federal IDs under the SAVE Act. Okay, none of them involve complexities with having your name changed. And then there's secondary forms of proof. If the applicant's photo ID does not show a place of birth, they must provide it along with a birth certificate meeting specific criteria, an extract from a U.S. hospital record of birth. So if your history was a little bit more complicated on a paper trail, there's secondary sources. Now, I tried to look to see what he was referring to with affidavits and things like that. And there was a section which is if a person fails to have the primary or secondary documents. Subject to any relevant guidance adopted by the Election Assistance Commission, each state shall establish a process under which an applicant who cannot provide documentary proof of United States citizenship under paragraph 1 may, if the applicant signs an attestation under penalty of perjury that the applicant is a citizen of the United States and eligible to vote in elections for federal office, submit such other evidence to the appropriate state or local official demonstrating that the applicant is a citizen of the United States, such that the official shall make determination as to whether the applicant has sufficiently established. And then there's an affidavit requirement. If a state or local official makes a determination under clause I that an applicant has sufficiently established United States citizenship for purposes of registering to vote in elections or for federal office in the state, such determination shall be accompanied by an affidavit. So the affidavit part comes from, hey, look, if you don't have the primary documents that we expect everybody to have, generally speaking, there's these other ones, and if you can bring those and actually demonstrate that you're a United States citizen, then we just need the person who's certifying that you have this proof write an affidavit saying that you do, which I don't know, sounds on the surface fairly reasonable and only to affect a certain number of people, hopefully not on election day when you decide that you have to gather all of these documents.
Well, I mean,
the other way to sorry, go ahead, Nick.
I think this is pretty good because the old thing they were running with was like kind of really hard to substantiate without being like pretty overtly racist, like that like black people could not figure out where the DMV was. That was the old thing they were running with, which was kind of fun. Like I was wondering if any of you were going to like strongman that position. That would be kind of fun.
I have a clip. I have a clip from Kamala Harris from when she was still vice president of her objection to voter ID laws that I'll play really quickly. It's only 50 seconds here.
I'll go for it.
Is agreeing to voter ID one of those compromises that you'd support? I don't think that we should underestimate what that could mean. Because in some people's mind, that means, well, you're going to have to Xerox or photocopy your ID to send it in to prove you are who you are. Well, there are a whole lot of people, especially people who live in rural communities, who don't, there's no Kinko's, there's no Office Max near them. People have to understand that when we're talking about voter ID laws, be clear about who you have in mind and what would be required of them to prove who they are. Of course, people have to prove who they are.
So the Kinko Desert problem is not sufficiently addressed by this legislation, to the best I can see. Alex, are you concerned about the Kinko Desert issue becoming a national problem, denying people the franchise?
No, but I forgot how much I really hated this woman. Oh my god, it is so bad.
Does anyone see Melania? You go to Melania? Anyone watch that movie?
It's not that she's bullshitting, right? I mean, Trump is doing it too. He clearly like answers stuff that he has no idea about with generalities.
Yeah,
she's bad at it, man. Like it's insulting. Just, I mean, I'm not saying get good at policy. Like get good at bullshitting at least. Jesus Christ, what is this?
Just what if you don't have a fax at home, Alex? Like some people don't have a fax.
I sympathize with these problems, but like, have you ever tried to like renew an ID or like this is no more arduous than like anything you have ever had to do with the DMV. Like, if you're trying to transfer a title,
I was at the DMV for 5 hours in 2025, just trying to get a renewal of a license.
This is basically the equivalent of the Star of the Beast thing from the Republicans, right? Like, it's like the state is incompetent to provide photo ID to people, right? It's so fucking painful and it's a mess. So that's why we're not going to have, reasonable elections. It's like, okay, but can we go back to that first, please? Like, I can fully, understand that this could be an issue, even though I don't think it is, but whatever. But let's just take it for granted that it is, not being able to vote is kind of the least of your worries. like there's a lot of other things you're locked out of for not being able to, manage photo ID. Never mind traveling outside your country, but a bunch. So, maybe get back to fixing that problem.
Like they can't buy cough syrup. Like it's dire times, man. You can't buy paint thinner. What are you gonna do? Just
those things combined in an interesting way. I feel like that's a good all-on question that they will refuse to answer for me.
So
anyway,
then Trump did a long-form interview with NBC News that parts of it are going to be interspersed throughout the show today. And one of those spots was about this the voter ID laws and what CNN referred to as him calling to nationalize elections.
You've recently suggested nationalizing elections. What do you mean by that?
And I didn't say national. I said there are some areas in our country that are extremely corrupt. They have very corrupt elections. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at Atlanta. There are some areas that are unbelievably corrupt. I could give you plenty more too. I say that we cannot have corrupt elections. If we have to, if they don't straighten it out. As an example, voter ID. Why don't the Democrats want voter ID? You know who does want voter ID? Democrat voters want it, but Democrat politicians don't. Why don't they want it? Because they want to cheat on elections. Can you imagine if I were a politician and they asked me, do you want voter identification? And I said, no, there's no way you could win that debate. But even the Democrats don't want voter ID. If they don't want voter ID, that means they want to cheat. We can't allow cheating in elections. Now, if we need to put in federal controls as opposed to state controls, remember this, they're really an agent. They're really accumulating the votes for who wins an election. If they can't do it honestly and it can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will, if the elections are honest. Look, I want the last one that wants to complain. I just had a great election. They say one of the greatest elections, you will agree, ever. Won all 7 swing states. Won 84% of the counties in America. That's why the map is all red. We just had a great election. I believe there was cheating. I think there was cheating.
Well, speaking of counties, what are you doing in Fulton County?
Too big to rig.
Speaking of counties, what is happening in Fulton County?
I'm not doing anything, but the FBI went in because it's been under I guess, review for years. The cheating that took place in Fulton County and in that particular
nobody knows what's in the warrant. What are they looking for?
Find out. Look, why would anybody be upset that they went in and they got the ballots? I guess, right? Yeah. Again, they did this. That's been under review and under investigation for 4 years. And now they got a court order. They got a court order signed by
but nobody knows what the evidence is.
A respected but liberal judge signed a court order allowing them to go in and pick them up. Well, you're going to know what the ballots say because they're right now inspecting the ballot. I'm not involved in it, but they are inspecting and checking the ballot.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating. You have people, they say, from China trying to.
You put this on
let me ask you,
social.
Do you think China tries to influence our election?
We know that foreign governments try to influence a lot of things in this country.
Therefore, she's foreign government.
But she's tweeted out some theories about Italians and satellites. I mean, do you believe that stuff?
No, I didn't cheat. I sometimes will read truth.
Yeah,
I'll read truth. Okay. But let me ask you this. If China or any of these countries are involved in our elections, that would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia, they talked about Russia, it turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russia. Look, we have to have honest elections. Yeah. There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state. Yeah. And you know what? If there was cheating, which there was, but if there was cheating, it should be found because we can't let it happen again.
Mr. President.
All right, Alex. So just
did he
making sure.
More cogent or something? Like it sounded kind of cogent there.
I mean, there were blips in some of the sentences that were somewhat cogent. I don't know if Hunter Biden was involved in hacking the election.
Oh, I thought that was kind of a comedy bit, but that's just.
I mean, Alex, any thoughts on why Tulsi is involved and whether or not?
I think that was the thing that he mentioned is the thing that I've heard too, that if there is international involvement, and that doesn't mean Italian satellites or Venezuelan voting machines, but to any degree, if there's international involvement, then it kind of falls under her purview in some way. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. It could be, honestly, that she is pursuing an investigation that may get her back in the good graces, frankly. So who knows? But for all I know, she's generally locked out. So showing up there is interesting.
What do you think of the section there? What you're talking about Italian satellites? Do you believe this stuff? I just retweeted some stuff that I saw. I retruthed it. Just some stuff I saw.
It's clear that look, his ability to just disown his prior statements and have it be no big deal can be an asset at times, but it does cause a real issue when you need other parties to trust you on your word. Yeah. Because literally his word is worth, like, I would say 0, but I'm kind of thinking if it maybe is less than that. You know, like it's just completely meaningless. Like one day Zelensky's a dictator, the other day did I say that? Like it's just like what, you know. It's an art project at this point. It's not really you're not really interacting with an administration.
Look, do you think Zelensky types all of his statements by hand, or do you think sometimes he has someone take dictation?
That's right, or perhaps a pen that is automatic.
Yeah, he is a dictator by having somebody transcribe the things that he says, so that he doesn't have to harm his wrists and get carpal tunnel from having to write all that.
That's right. That's what he meant.
Thank you. He is a dictator, and we have concluded it. Okay. Well, I have a statement. I guess I need to walk back a little bit, Alex, from a previous conversation we had about 2 weeks ago, I believe. No, it's not that big of a deal. I'm a man. I am honest to a large degree, and I am able to accept that perhaps my judgment was not accurate enough. And about 2 weeks ago, I believe, we were talking about Minnesota, and I expressed that I did not believe that that Trump had the wisdom to change course and somewhat back down. I said sort of withdraw entirely. That was my position. You had articulated a sort of a re-architecturing of the strategy because the current one wasn't working. And in the 2 weeks since, it appears that Trump has actually demonstrated that I misjudged him in this quality, and I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not saying that he has done enough. I'm saying that he is at least making a demonstration.
He did a thing.
He did a thing. And so we're going to
you can't just do things, and those do things do not have to be stupid. Sometimes
we're going to cover the what has occurred since then, and it may not be perfect, and it may not be enough of a change, and there could still be problems that I'm going to be upset by, but I have to say that he did demonstrate a little bit of wisdom somewhere in changing course to some degree.
You've recently suggested nationalizing elections. What do you mean by that?
Same clip.
We're also following breaking news at this hour in Minneapolis, a major turn in the immigration crackdown there. Border Czar Tom Homan, sent in by President Trump, announcing a drawdown now, pulling 700 federal agents out of Minnesota. It comes as President Trump tonight acknowledges the operation could use, in his words, a softer touch. Here's Matt Rivers from Minneapolis.
Tonight, a significant turning point in Minneapolis after weeks of violent clashes and the shooting deaths of mother of 3 Renee Good and ICU nurse Alex Preddy at the hands of federal agents. Border Czar Tom Homan announcing a drawdown of 700 federal agents, citing, quote, unprecedented cooperation with local authorities.
My goal with the support of President Trump is to achieve a complete drawdown and end this surge as soon as we can.
After drawing down 700 agents, some 2,000 agents will remain on the ground here. The White House claiming more than 4,000 people have been arrested. Homan saying the operation wasn't, quote, perfect, but it was, quote, successful.
President Trump sent me here to help de-escalate what was going on. We're not surrendering our mission. We're not walking away from our mission. We're just making this more effective and more smart.
Late today, President Trump acknowledging his administration could use a, quote, softer touch when it comes to immigration enforcement. Also tonight, a stunning moment of candor from a U.S. attorney appearing before a judge in St. Paul. That judge saying the government has routinely wrongfully detained migrants and violated court orders to release them. In response, an exasperated U.S. attorney, Julie Lay, describing the effort to get ICE to follow judicial orders as, quote, pulling teeth. What do you want me to do? She said. The system sucks. This job sucks. The judge had already considered holding the administration in contempt. That attorney saying, I wish you would just hold me in contempt, Your Honor, so that I can have a full 24 hours of sleep. An official telling ABC News Lay has since been reassigned.
Then, David, a spokesperson for DHS calling that U.S. attorney's actions, quote, unprofessional. As for that drawdown of some several hundred federal agents here, both Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz both calling it, quote, a step in the right direction, but saying it should be faster and larger. David?
So, they're bringing in Tom Homan, and I have an announcement from Tom Homan going into what changes are going to be sort of made, if we can go into that if necessary. And I also have parts of the Trump interview where he discusses his perspective in the post two killings in Minneapolis that we can go into if necessary. But they have sort of changed course to some degree, at least in the re-strategized, as you had recommended, Alex, because the current approach with the confrontations was definitely not working. Alex.
Good.
Well,
good.
I mean,
did I go into my last time? Did I go into discussing militarization and how I think that is the key sort of issue here?
Not militarization specifically. I don't recall. I did listen back to our conversation, so it should be a little bit more fresh if you had really gone into something about militarization. Your primary argument at the time was that clearly things are turning out poorly, and involved in turning out poorly is the strategy that they are taking to interact with these protesters, right. And therefore they need to revisit that at a minimum because it's not going well.
Okay, I think I have something interesting to say, and if it goes too long or whatever, you can cut me off. But I looked into basically, here's the thing, right? When you watch the footage, especially the footage with Preddy, but it's also visible in the footage with Renee Good. What you see is it's not really police; it is a military unit, and there is a difference, right? Police has a lot of constraints to avoid hurting people, and with a military unit, it's mostly protecting your buddies, or not in a bad way. It's just your co-fighters, like the people who are going to have your back, you have their back, and stuff like that. But there's like this kind of mass formation again, that's what the military does, right? It creates these units that operate as one. And so when you say like, okay, what happened with Preddy? It's like, one guy gets in a situation, the other guys swarm in, the other person pulls a gun, there's something heard, the other guys sort of trigger automatically, and you're like, all right, who here is responsible, right? Because each particular action you could excuse, but the aggregate action is somebody's dead and they were shot multiple times in the back, which is a problem. But when you're operating as a military unit, shit happens in a way. But when you're in a city with civilians and citizens, that tends to be a problem. In fact, fun fact, the Third Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, it talks about not quartering, troops in the houses of civilians, But that wasn't really the trigger for that amendment. So the amendment is kind of written very narrowly and is basically never used. But it was responding to the fact that the British military was stationed in the cities and was doing the things that military units do, but faced with civilians, right? And there was the I think it's called the Boston Massacre. Sorry, I'm not very strong in U.S. History here, but so I'm just conveying my understanding. There was a whole Boston Massacre thing where 4 or 5 people were killed, so not like some huge amount still, by a sort of British military unit. There was tension with the locals. There was a lot of sort of reaction from the locals against the the huge presence. And funnily enough, the reason for the presence was to push back against sort of customs violations apparently by the locals. And if you ask people in London, well, what they'll tell you is, yeah, these are like the scumbags. They're organized. They're causing trouble. That's why we have to put the army in there. But what it led to is the American Revolution. Funnily enough, actually, I think John Adams was defended successfully the people who did the massacre.
John Adams defended the British army.
I guess what I'm saying is, okay, great. If you know about it, then you can add a lot more context. But ultimately, what I'm saying is, the problem of putting military style units in a civilian area is apparently long lasting and nonpartisan, and a problem. And I think that's kind of
you're
what
going to wind up opening up a can of worms when talking about that, considering that
I was concerned about that, but
majority of the police departments across the country are paramilitarized. So. There's a lot of stories we could go into discussing what happens when.
I guess it's one thing to be militarized, and it's a different thing to be constructed from the get-go to be a military style unit.
Yes, well, wait. We could always go into stories about how the local SWAT team goes into someone's house at 3 o'clock in the morning because of a rumor of this is pre marijuana being sort of pseudo legalized across the country, but kicking down the door and shooting the dogs or something, stuff like that.
Of course. Let me before you. I want to let you sort of expound on this, but I want to add one more element, which I think is kind of another key parallel here, which is that you have a remote authority, deploying a foreign to the local, community and customs and whatever unit that is isolated, therefore, from them. In this case, masked and de-identified as well, and sort of imposing, a particular, order onto the locals, right? And the feedback from the locals not liking this.
You invite an us versus them dynamic into the situation because these are outsiders. Yes. They are not locals. They are not the people that are
exactly. And the feedback loop does not close well, right? What I'm saying is if it was the state doing this, or the local police department deploying their local SWAT team doing something stupid, the feedback loop to getting back to them is much, much shorter than, somebody in Minneapolis not liking something that Washington, D.C. is doing. Right. So that's kind of, I think, something about that whole situation that has probably not been discussed in this way. So I thought, I don't know.
Well, part of the re-strategization involves them pulling resources down, but also changing where they are going to and how they are going to apprehend their people with a coordination, supposedly, as sort of like a gentleman's agreement, a scout's honor between the governor and the mayor, that the local police will actually be involved in controlling the crowds, because that what you are highlighting is an acknowledged component of the problem. That and this is actually part of the back and forth between the governor and the mayor and the federal government, which is that they were purposely not supporting the ICE agents and helping them do crowd control, allowing them to be the ones who are getting the full brunt of these ICE watch protesters.
Yeah, and by the way, in that historical analog I used, it wasn't like it was ultimately a remote authority versus local authority issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have to bring in the military, because the local governance is not doing its job as you want to from the point of view of the
Donald J.
or
Trump,
colonial government.
Requested to speak, and since we're at the halfway mark, I want to give him an opportunity here to comment, because we do appreciate his commentary when his technology works to speak. Donald J. Trump, PhD, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of, clarify kind of the military police thing. When I saw the crowd control ICE, it's actually, they strike me more of a police unit that is being constrained in their ability to do police work, and they're also not trained on crowd control. Because as a military unit, crowd control wasn't something I did a lot, but we were usually outnumbered in doing operations in high threat areas where you're not necessarily having to shoot, you don't want to shoot into a crowd. But what you do if you're operating as a military unit doing crowd control, they probably wouldn't have had those problems with Good and Freddie, because the second that stuff happens, we identify the 2 or 3 top kind of agitators, run in as a small group, grab them, beat the hell out of them in front of everybody, zip time, throw in the back of the truck. And that pretty much stops everyone from being violent at that moment. So, like, if they were operating as a military unit, the optics probably wouldn't have looked that great.
I mean, frankly, they weren't operating, they weren't trained as much of anything, it seems, from their staffing and whatever. I'm just referring to a particular element of the... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that same federal judge is trying to hold them in contempt, where that, lawyer broke down. He's also, I think it's the same guy issued the order that they couldn't do arrests of protesters, and that was recently overturned. And once that was overturned, that's when Waltz and Frey came to the table, because they basically said, no, ICE and Border Patrol allowed to arrest whoever they want, so they can identify them as interfering with police, interfering with their operations. Whereas before, they were handcuffed by that judge.
No, I understand. All I'm saying is, look, if you see the Preddy thing, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, I mean, maybe you end up in that situation with police, but to me, it feels like a group, a unit that is, first and foremost, watching each other's backs, not having particular care about, the people around them. Like, to me, with police, if first of all, why is he randomly pepper spraying a woman? Whatever. Then if somebody gets in the middle, I don't expect 6 people to jump them and start pistol whipping. Like, like just it's not what I expect from police. Maybe my expectations are wrong. I don't know.
Well, okay, so I'll give it to you on this one. So if you want somebody who's responsible, it's going to come down to why that agent approached them. If he was pepper spraying them to arrest them, because this I don't know. So this is what's going to come out. So if the agent approached them and he had an intended arrest, or there wasn't some incident on body cam before where he was attacked and going for account, then I don't know. If he just did that out of the blue, there might be a chance you can get him for, you can either get him with a murder charge, or at least an attempted murder charge, or a manslaughter. No, not murder. It'd be a manslaughter charge, because he initiated contact that had no reason for him to initiate the contact. And what happens after that isn't necessarily anybody else's fault. That would definitely put him at fault, though, and endanger murder, a manslaughter charge. As far as everybody else, that's what you do as police. If you move in on somebody and you didn't see the initiating maneuver, you have to back that guy, especially in that environment. Now, like I said, if they were able to escalate use of force, because what they did was they didn't escalate use of force in a way that neutralized Freddie very quickly. If they had batons or even tasers, something that could neutralize him from a distance, you're right. There probably would have been the shooting. But that's where, lack of use of force here that these guys were given. And if they're trained federal agents, and as far as I know, they're trained in the same federal law enforcement standards as others have, they should be able to use tasers and other non-lethals. But
on the Pretty, oh, there's an echo here. So on the Pretty side, one of the issues that I have is a lot of times the clips are very conveniently edited down to a particular period of time. But there's video that came out of him week before, smashing the taillight off a car. And I don't know if we discussed that, but from my understanding, if someone is actively obstructing, then they have a right to go arrest them, put them under detention. And my understanding of what happened with Pretty was that he had a gun. And as a general rule of thumb, if you're carrying a gun, going and starting harassing police, you're getting into danger zone if you start to do that. And what I understand from the video is that it was the old Sig Sauer accidental discharge. So someone said he had a gun. Another cop pulls the gun off. Gun accidentally goes off. And at that point in time, what the other cops who haven't seen that, what they hear is another of my officers have identified that this guy has a gun and a shot has been fired. And it is reasonable for them to rely on the perceived expertise of their coworkers at that point in time, which makes it wrong and tragic, but I don't think it is comprehensible.
So I don't. That is a discourse I don't want to get into, because it's a whole. This is why I was talking about the historic analogy, because I honestly don't. We can get into the specifics, and I could disagree with this or that or whatever.
We have tried to avoid microanalyzing. We have tried to avoid microanalyzing the videos because we're not going to be. We could argue about them all day, and we're not going to be the ones who are adjudicating the outcomes. And we have.
No, I just want to. Yeah, my interest is in the thing is frankly, I could justify every particular one step from every particular person in that group, which is why I'm more considering the macro here. I think whoever is responsible is probably up the chain of command of both, quote unquote armies, if you want to call the protesters a different army, which is why I started thinking about state versus federal tensions and stuff like that, which I think ultimately is what is the active portion. In a way, what the protesters were doing is trying to force ICE to make mistakes, right? That can be exploited. So what you see here is one of those, and what was done is what what was intended.
Exactly, and that was the position that we largely were focused on. Was not necessarily focused on the tactics that the activists use, but the fact that their whole goal is to cause exploitable events, and the fact that you are in a situation where your opposition is trying to get you to screw up, to use your screw ups as publicity, means that you cannot afford the screw ups because you are being set up, and you can't just go in and say, well, we're gonna double down and triple down on the pressure because fuck those guys, which was my concern, which I was started this off with by saying that I misjudged Trump's response and assumed that he would be defiant and double down, but he is moderating at least to some degree and re-strategizing, which is the what I began this segment by discussing.
But if we take a look at the high level, what happened was some nonsense occurred, and then the thing that no one would ever have predicted would happen, which was that Walz gave a concession, happened, right?
I don't know. It depends. There's plenty of levers going on politically speaking that can be applied in putting pressure on particular actors at any given time. And Walz has a lot of scandal going on right now in Minnesota that can be used as leverage to get him to comply with any particular event when the let's say the trades of what pressures are going to be applied where can be discussed privately on the phone, right? He's involved in the COVID money scandals. that have been publicly focused on Somali daycare centers as of late. But he's not running for. He actually stopped running for re-election as governor because of that scandal. Right, that's getting too hot for him, and so if he wants to reduce his political pressure and maybe maintain some semblance of a legacy, he has to compromise in some ways. And probably it's not in his best interest to attempt to watch more of his citizens meet bad, untimely fates at the hands of the federal government while he's in the midst of a money scandal. Probably not best for his legacy.
So he leered, as it were. He leered.
Quite possibly, but we're gonna move on unless there's more we want to talk about that specific subject. Alex, do you have any closing thoughts before we move on? All right, I'll take that as
I am muted. Okay, sorry. I was just saying. No, I thought I would provide a slightly different angle to the whole story.
Sure.
To break us out of the boredom of the repeating the same.
Okay. So I'm going to switch the order here as we're getting a little bit late because we never get to fit the things in here. So we're going to introduce the topic that winds up driving me insane and taking up a lot of time of the show because it is the evergreen topic. It is the never-ending topic. It's the thing that we'll be discussing until we die.
Hi, my name is Jim Downey, and I feel entirely unapologetic about being Conan O'Brien's friend. And let me explain. Okay. There are many figures in our society who contribute an enormous amount to our culture, and people who have unconventional personal lives, and yet they seemed exempt from criticism. Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No, let me finish. Jeffrey Epstein.
I see it.
No one, criticizes him, and yet
wait a minute.
I have to apologize for the fact that I know Conan O'Brien.
No, wait a minute.
That is a double standard.
Jim,
and it's wrong.
Jim, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Much has been said about Jeffrey Epstein. Terrible things.
No, Jeff. I'm talking about Jeff Epstein, the New York financier.
Yes, we're talking about the same Jeff Epstein.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I never heard.
Oh, it was a big story in the news. Huge.
No.
Yes, for you to say no one ever
Jeff
said.
Epstein.
Yes.
Jeff Epstein.
Yes, the financier.
With the island.
Yes, he had an island that I've never been to. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, with respect, if there was some news about Jeff Epstein, I would have heard.
No, I don't know what rock you've been under. It was a huge story, and Jeff Epstein I have to tell you, he's gone. He's dead.
What do you mean?
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Sorry, nice try. If Jeff Epstein were deceased, I'm pretty sure I would know about it. Now, I admit I've not. Probably since the pandemic, I have not talked to him.
That would make sense. He's been dead for a number of years, Jim.
I'll tell you, there's one easy way. Let's call Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, we're not calling Ghislaine Maxwell.
Why not? Okay.
She's in prison. She's imprisoned for crimes she committed with Jeff Epstein.
Now, Alex, when we did our show last week and covered some Epstein news, that was about 2 or 3 days since the latest dump of 3 million some documents. So there was a little bit of time to play catch up before we had to do our show prep and begin our show. But have you gotten a sense, of the attitude and people's perceptions, how the internet is handling an entire week of Jeffrey Epstein dumps to trudge through? Have you gotten a sense of how the internet is handling that?
Look, there's always going to be the odd story about, I don't know, beef jerky made of humans or something. All right.
Stop talking about it. You got way more important things that we should be focusing on. More important things than the elites that were eating fucking babies.
That's how the internet. Yes,
that's the one. That is correct. Yes.
I had that queued right up there for you, sir.
Thank you. Very good. But well done. I was like, I did not know we had another high-profile guest. So, is that going to be in there? Sure. That said, that is about as far from what we know now as what we know now is from what we thought. So, I'm just going to let it float. But what I'm trying to say is that what I try to do is keep a running list of official investigations, resignations, all sorts of things that are actually happening because of these files. Because yes, on the one hand, you can say like, oh my God, how irresponsible, you find the craziest guy saying the craziest thing or whatever, and you can be outraged. Or you can see what's actually, there that is of substance and what people are actually doing to actually find what's actually there. And by the way, what the feds had for all this time and didn't do anything about. And, focus on that. So that's what I prefer to focus on, is that this is a real story. It's very big. Is there going to be some crazy people or whatever? Which, again, like, let's say some people going over what the evidence allows? Sure. Is there going to be some overreading, some misunderstanding? Definitely. But you can't prevent that, no matter what. So, let's move past that into what we actually do know and what's actually.
I do think it's important.
Yeah.
I do think it's important in some regards, as absurd as some of the claims may be. One, there is always the remote possibility that there is truth to some of the wild stuff that people are reading and hypothesizing about. There is always the remote possibility that some of it in its most extreme form is true. So I don't want to discount it out of hand, even though
it doesn't dispute the laws of physics, most of it, except for the part where they turn into lizards, but never mind.
Well, let me say that doesn't mean that my confidence is high that a lot of the most speculative stuff is true. But I do find it important because regardless of whether or not the things are true, if these things become part of the zeitgeist, if these things become part of what people believe to be true, that will affect people's future decisions in certain ways. And so knowing the degree to which there's bizarre things that are becoming more popular is important, even if I think that they're less likely to be actually grounded in reality.
At the same time, from the FBI's point of view, the public having an accurate view of reality is down there with toilet number 67 and building number 83 being out of toilet paper, frankly, in terms of their priorities. So they don't care, right? Because there are things, even with this release, that they could have done that would have made it a lot cleaner. Right, but they're just sort of dumping stuff with no context, no structure.
That is it. 3 million documents is a lot to try to make sure that context is clear for. There's a lot of things at a meta level before we dive into the stuff I have prepared for this week on the story. At a meta level, one of the things I'm very, very dissatisfied with is there will be emails that have attachments with no seemingly clear way of identifying what the attachments contain. Like I can't find, and I'm not saying I spent hours trying to do this. What was that?
They don't even say attachment here redacted or something. You don't know that there was an attachment. You have to guess it maybe from the context sometimes.
So there was one email in particular. I was slightly paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact wording, but it was like the text of the email was 10 years old, and then there was an image attached. And now maybe the image was, a naked 10-year-old, and in which case I certainly don't want to be permitted to see that. But what if it was simply someone talking about the age of their own child in a completely innocent fashion, and now we have an email that says 10 years old. The right now,
or a good
context,
wine,
people
or whatever, right?
Yeah, a kid's drawing, and they're like, oh, the kid who drew this was only 10 or something like that, and maybe it's a really good drawing.
No, but it could be like wine. There's other things that have ages. But
true.
I mean, now you're stuck.
Now it's like, oh, well, obviously that was an inappropriate image, and whoever sent that should be arrested because it says 10 years old. And the only implication in the context of Epstein that can be assumed right now is that it was someone who was, being molested and is now a victim. It's like those types of things are so ubiquitous in this dump. And now, people reading code that they are either, borrowing, which it could be legitimate code language slang to hide salacious activity, being combined with things that may not be code because we don't know. And one of the things that would be helpful is we know that the government writ large had these materials. It would be nice to have some indication what they did when they had first procured this material. Meaning, like, yes, we had these documents and we did conduct an investigation, and the conclusion of that investigation was X. And of course, there's going to be a lot of documents that might fall into the same bucket where it'll still be unsatisfying, but at least it's not like so did you ever look into this thing here? This person that's, messaging him this thing about torture, let's say, like what was that? Was that a euphemism?
You love the torture video.
Yeah. Like, what does that mean?
Maybe it was torture testing a 3D printer. I don't know. Like just making it do a lot of very difficult things over and over again to see if it breaks.
There's plenty of things. Like I made a joke a couple weeks ago when you had a clip with we had Jumi on as a guest here, and you had a Nick Fuentes clip that we played, and I was like, why do you want to torture me or something like that, right? Taken out of context, the torture is horrible, but then in context it's playful and just
and the problem is because there are enough real things in there that are very, very bad, right? Yeah. You can't also rule out that actually legit.
Correct. Correct. It literally could be a torture video. Like, hey, I really enjoyed the snuff film that you sent me. A weird thing. Yeah, I mean,
these things exist on the internet, and they are telling us already that there's a lot of stuff that they are not releasing because it's awful. So, like,
and we also know that apparently everyone Jeff Epstein knew has terrible OPSEC. That all of them just say shit in email, even though they think they're being cheeky with the slang.
That, sort of, right? Sort of, because he does use code, and also, even if we don't treat the code thing as given, he does say a lot, like that email from Mandelson, who said, like, 500 billion euro bailout of the EU. I just walked out of the Prime Minister's office. It's going to be announced tonight. What is Epstein's response? Can you talk? Right? Mm-hmm. So, okay, we cannot talk about this over email, you fucking moron. More or less. So, and this happens a lot. There's a lot of those, like, can we talk? Can I call you? Whatever. And clearly when a conversation is going into an area that he doesn't want to talk over email. So it's not like he was just writing his thoughts out. There is some level of OPSEC, even though it's, clearly less than...
Now, Nick, hold on. I got a lot to get through here, Nick. So we'll get a comment from you in a little bit here. I do have some things about how the internet in general is handling the Epstein story, and so I have a play in 3 acts here for you, Alex, that highlights some of how the internet is handling the Epstein material.
We're circling Epstein Island, and this girl came out, and she's taking videos and pictures of us. She's taking a video of me. Why are you on Epstein Island? I'm about to sneak onto it because no one's doing it. Not getting flicked up in front of Epstein crib is crazy. There's the evil temple that evil billionaire Jeffrey Epstein lived in. Let's go.
That was Act 1. Gentleman circling on a jet ski circling the island, saying that he's going to go on the island. This is Act 2.
In the video I posted 5 days ago of me sneaking on the Jeffrey Epstein's island, I said 100,000 likes and I'll sneak back on. The video has 100,000 likes, but there is black SUVs parked outside my house pretty much every day. So I'm gonna need time to think about this one because it's getting scary.
So that's Act 2, Alex. Are you ready for Act 3 of this play?
I have no intention of ending my life. I love my life and I want to apologize to anyone that I've offended during these last couple days. And I apologize for the video I posted. It was a little bit disrespectful and I apologize.
So there's your play in 3 acts there, Alex.
Yep. Sounds he's handling it particularly great.
Yeah, I'm going to go on Epstein's island. Oh no, the black vans are following me. Hey, I just want to point out that I'm not suicidal and I'm sorry for going on Epstein's island. So there's your 3-act play there, Alex. Now, we were alluding to
the guy screaming in the Atlanta airport.
I don't have an Atlanta airport guy screaming. What's that one?
It just put Atlanta airport. It's pretty self-descriptive.
Okay. We were just discussing some code words that people are finding or assuming in a lot of these emails. And so there is a code word that it keeps appearing that sort of has hallmarks of echoes of the past of a similar sort of scandal.
This has to be one of the freakiest things in the Epstein files. Good afternoon. Would it be possible for Bryce and I to go over to Red Hook and have a quick pizza meal? Warmest regard. I'm sure you all remember Pizzagate, or I hope you do. If you just search the term pizza in the Epstein library on the DOJ, I mean, it pops up 851 times. And throughout this video you are watching right now, I'll be throwing up some of the different emails and correspondence I found on it. But the craziest part about the situation, and look, pizza is literally my favorite food as a food. And if you went through my emails, guess what? You are probably, I'm not even kidding off the top of my head, maybe gonna find less than 5 in the entirety of me having my Gmail account, which is over 10 plus years. There's just no way someone talks about pizza this much, unless, as you heard me mention, pizza is a code word for other things, especially in the way that they reference pizza throughout the emails. Like, thank you so much for the pizza today. It was the best pizza I've ever had. The different ways they describe the pizzas, where the pizzas are being delivered to, and it's also in an email form. All the different pizza parties. I'm gonna be honest, off the top of my head, I don't think I've ever been to a pizza party in my entire life, except for when I was a kid myself. So why the fuck are there so many politicians and adults who are going to pizza parties? You guys don't have to write.
So, pizza is being assumed to be a code word in a lot of these emails, which there are a lot of sentences that have odd phrasings where, without a broader context, it seems very difficult to understand how they would be talking about literal pizza involved. And the history of pizza being code word really comes down to cheese pizza having the acronym of CP and becoming sort of an acronym for a child-related activity of a salacious nature. Now, last year, Alex, we did a 3-hour special on Pizzagate.
Yes, I have been schooled in Pizzagate by the School of Gator, and so have our listeners from back then. I have. Yes, go ahead.
I have excerpted that whole section and reposted it to our podcast platform in its full form today.
Great! Yes, it was great. I mean, it was a deep dive, but I still, to this day, I'm much better informed to approach this topic for having heard that conversation and being part of it.
Right. So the analysis I did was 3 hours. It was a long history of the whole story. It basically tells you the players involved, even starting from way before the controversy of Pizzagate became a thing. So it gives you a nice long backstory. But also the treatment of that is sort of how I would like to maintain this aspect of this Epstein story going forward, which is I'm not necessarily saying that I believe the most outrageous conclusions of some of the information that we have in here, but I don't treat it as if it's completely implausible, and I don't necessarily deride or poke fun at people who might think that there is a there. I don't blow everyone off who imagines that these things have ulterior interpretations. Now, interestingly enough, in the Pizzagate story, there was a reporter named Ben Swan who did a local news story on the Pizzagate scandal as it was unfolding, who subsequently got fired from his position for the story that he did. And he has now come this week and sort of done a small update tying information that he has gathered from these Epstein leaks back to the Pizzagate story. And I'm not saying that he has the strongest ties, but these are the ties that he has been connecting. And since he was a large figure in the explosion of the Pizzagate story, I want to give him some deference to tie in new information with the Epstein leaks that he says has some connections back to the Pizzagate story. It seems we got cut off on Sunday, where basically I just kind of want to pick right back up, and we have one or two, updates that we can add to this Epstein stack that we can get in there,
if you will.
Yeah. For those who are tuning in now but did not listen to the space on Sunday, we were going through some of the Epstein revelations from a full week of people sorting through the 3 million plus files. And we had gotten to discussing Pizzagate, as there are some overlaps with that story. And we last year had done a 3-hour sort of overview of the Pizzagate story overall, and I've attached that. I can actually reattach that because it was in another thread here. We've posted that to our podcast space as a complete release, self-contained Pizzagate revisited on this dumb week in our available on Apple and Spotify. I'll attach that to the space now. This is a midweek haphazard space because on Sunday, as we were doing our space, Twitter crapped out on us and decided that it didn't want us to actually talk about Epstein. I think Elon is part of the conspiracy now. I mean, more so than he already was before. He's trying to suppress the information.
That mini episode that you've made about with your expose of Pizzagate, I don't generally get sort of spontaneous compliments of our show, which might tell you something about my friends. But this one got like 2 people were like, "That was an excellent piece." So if you're wondering whether it's worth listening to it, I would say that it has very little of me. And also a lot of people seem to like it. And I will not connect these 2 facts, but hey.
Well, that was actually one of the earlier shows we did. It was probably our 10th show. So that was a nice introduction to people of the type of insanity that we keep stored in our brains of the goings on over the years. But so we left off on Sunday with some new information coming from somebody who was somewhat involved in the Pizzagate story. There was a reporter named Ben Swan who had done a piece on his local ABC affiliate. It may have been an NBC affiliate. I don't recall at this moment what type of affiliate station it was. But during the Pizzagate saga, he had done a piece on the Pizzagate story as it was unfolding, and subsequently lost his job over doing that story, and had become an online independent journalist ever since, in the vein of Catherine Herridge or others who have, lost their positions at larger news networks and have decided to go the Substack route or the YouTube only sort of journalism route. And he has some opinions on how there are parallels or overlap with Pizzagate. And so we were in the middle of playing some of his recent updates with respect to the Epstein drop and Pizzagate when the space cut out. So we will be going through those first, and then I have we have more Epstein stuff to get through before we continue. Okay, so let's get with that clip. So we have two clips from Ben Swan discussing updates to the Pizzagate saga.
Epstein is Pizzagate. Let that sink in for a minute. Jeffrey Epstein is Pizzagate. 10 years ago, Pizzagate was by far the #1 trending topic on Twitter. But the claim of pedophile elites who preyed on children was so insane that Pizzagate was shrugged off as a wild fever dream of a conspiracy theory. I was the first mainstream reporter to dare give the facts surrounding Pizzagate. My corporate career was destroyed over it, so what? My professional reputation was obliterated, that wasn't fun. And I wasn't the only one. Anyone who dared to suggest that this might be true was blacklisted, shadow banned, or thrown off of social media. But then, just days ago, the largest dump of Epstein files revealed what some of us have been telling you for a decade, that Pizzagate is real. Not that there is a pizza parlor at the center of a child trafficking ring, but that child trafficking rings run by some of the most powerful people in the world do exist. Tonight, I want to remind you of what I told you then and compare that to what we have now learned.
Well, Pizzagate. It became a major story weeks ago when an armed man decided to investigate a D.C. area pizza place for himself. This man right here, he carried a rifle into a pizza parlor and then fired it at the floor. Media is telling you the entire story is a hoax or fake news. But what does that even mean? I spent the last month investigating. So what exactly is Pizzagate?
Well, the story that came to be known as Pizzagate did not begin with a rumor, nor was it created by Macedonian sheep farmers, as CNN actually once claimed. It began with WikiLeaks, authentic, verified emails taken from the phone of the chairman of Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, John Podesta. Those emails were real. In all these years, by the way, no one has actually disputed that. Inside those emails were communications that struck a lot of people, not just online commentators, but researchers and former law enforcement, as unusual to say the least. References to pizza and to pizza handkerchiefs and to maps, to private gatherings involving powerful people, some very bizarre stuff. In fact, the first people to draw attention to those emails were a group of self-proclaimed pedophiles on 4chan and 8chan who claimed that Podesta was using the same terminology that they use to speak in coded language. And in researching those emails, I found a 2010 entry into Urban Dictionary. It's still there, by the way. It confirms that cheese pizza is a commonly coded term for child pornography, CP.
I want you to see these images here. These are the images. Notice this one on the end, the triangle. That image signifies something called boy love. The pizza place next door to Comet Ping Pong Pizza, Besta Pizza, well, this was their logo until only a few weeks ago. Clearly, you can see that the Besta logo actually contains the same image, I'm going to show you again, as that boy lover image. Interestingly, after Pizzagate investigators pointed this out, Besta Pizza changed their logo, and there it is now. They removed the triangle.
Yeah, 10 years ago, I was called a dangerous conspiracy theorist and a madman for claiming that pedophiles and possibly even pedophile elites might use coded language, even though it was online pedophiles who said that's exactly what they do. Which brings us back to this new Epstein release because in it, the word pizza is mentioned 911 times. That's right, 911 times adults are emailing back and forth about slices of pizza and about pizza parties. And the word pizza is often paired with grape soda in bizarre contexts within emails addressed to Epstein by individuals whose names have been mostly redacted. So here's one. Quote, "This is better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand." Or this one. "Mr. Epstein would like to see the menu from the pizza place. Could someone send it, please?" Or this one from 2014. "Sit down, because I know you won't believe this. Are you sitting? Jeffrey says he wants to go out to a pizza place with you. He did not mention a particular pizza place, but he knows you are in the know on this," with a little winking emoji. All of the emails that I just shared with you were from 2014, right about the same time period of the John Podesta emails that WikiLeaks published and started the entire Pizzagate saga.
Now let's talk about the Podesta brothers, because remember, it was John Podesta's email that was hacked. In those leaked Podesta emails, John Podesta talks about his close relationship with Dennis Hastert, the former Speaker of the House, who was recently sentenced to 15 months in prison for abusing boys years ago.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Podesta brothers, again, there was no direct evidence of them being involved in child sex trafficking from those emails. But as we pointed out at the time, there was a lot of bizarre communication, including an email from John Podesta to his brother Tony. The subject line, "Last night was fun," and the first line reads, "Still in torture chamber." That email got really no attention 10 years ago, but today, a 2009 email from Jeffrey Epstein is getting a lot of attention as it asks, "Where are you? You okay? I love the torture video."
To the fallout from the latest release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents, they include communications between the rich and powerful, from the co-owner of an NFL team to billionaires like Elon Musk.
CNN teams are carefully sifting through the largest, and what the Justice Department says is the last, batch of Jeffrey Epstein files.
Friday's release of millions of pages related to Jeffrey Epstein provided a closer look at his connection to world elites from Hollywood to Washington, Wall Street to Buckingham Palace and beyond.
Yeah, well, all those so-called news anchors and their newsrooms for a decade blacklisted this topic. They conditioned you to live in ignorance. They called it a conspiracy. They called me and so many others dangerous for even looking.
For all that is here, there has not been one single public investigation of any of this, not from local police, not from the FBI, no one. And that has to be the big question, not for Podesta or for pizza parlor owners, but for law enforcement. Based on what may be or may not be here, the big question is, why hasn't any investigation taken place?
Well, 10 years later, no investigation ever took place. It's a failure of a complicit government and also of a corporate media that didn't just ignore this evil. They helped to cover it up and keep it operating in the shadows. See, by refusing to engage honestly in 2016, by choosing mockery over investigation, by silencing questions instead of asking them, they created the very environment where this evil could thrive. See, they didn't kill bad information as they pretended. They guaranteed it would survive. See, I wasn't censored the way that I was because my reporting was false. I was censored because it was dangerous. Dangerous to narratives, dangerous to reputations, dangerous to a media culture that had grown comfortable acting as a gatekeeper rather than a watchdog. See, the unspoken rule was simple. Some questions are not allowed. Not because they're wrong, no, but because they lead to the truth. And the truth? Pizzagate, at least in the form of a cabal of elites and powerful people who delight in the physical and sexual abuse of children, is real. Remember how we started. Epstein is Pizzagate. But the other reality it's time to accept, Pizzagate is much more and much bigger than just Jeffrey Epstein.
So that was the first clip from Ben Swan. We'll play the second clip in a second. And just to catch people up who are coming in late, who might not have caught the Sunday space, last year we did a long expose on the Pizzagate subject, and inside of that story, we had to take a detour to something called the Belgian X-Files. And the Belgian X-Files is going to be a very, very similar story to the very things that we're talking about now, which was a scandal in Belgium in the 90s where there were allegations and investigations that supposedly got stalled and didn't go far enough into powerful people in Belgium, rich people with like giant castles and things like that, who were alleged to have been participating in these very similar things. So the very same things that you hear being alleged of Jeffrey Epstein were being alleged of these Belgian politicians and oligarchs and very rich people, powerful people. So there was a connection between the Pizzagate story and this Belgian X-Files story. So I invite you to go listen to that if you want to catch up on all of the craziness that's involved in trying to piece together a full picture of the players involved. And there technically is no mention of pizza in the Belgian X-Files because the code language wasn't being reportedly used at the time, but the similar themes are in that story. And so I invite you to go listen to, I just posted it on Sunday to our Spotify and our Apple iTunes on this dumb week. It's called Pizzagate Revisited, and I invite you to go listen to that to get more up to speed. Now, Alex, this second clip from Ben Swan ties together more of our favorite topics, including Ukraine and Vladimir Zelensky. So you might be interested to have some additional thoughts on these angles, as it seems that it's impossible to get Ukraine out of being involved in all of these topics from the 2020 election to Hunter Biden.
Next thing you're going to tell me that Sam Harris is in there, and we've been talking about this all along without knowing about it.
So I'm gonna play this second clip here.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein is Pizzagate. I told you that earlier this week. But how crazy is this? One of the most disturbing characters of the entire Pizzagate saga is actually connected to Epstein and to Ukraine's Zelensky. I'll explain that totally bizarre connection in just a second. But first, Zelensky appears to be connected to Epstein and to the trafficking of girls and children in Ukraine. And it was the upheaval in Ukraine that Epstein claimed in his emails would create many opportunities. So, the question, were those opportunities to traffic women and children out of Ukraine? In the newly released Epstein files, we find repeated references to two Kiev-based modeling agencies, both still operating today. In one email, a sender tells Epstein that they're the best agencies in Kiev. The others only provide, quote, cheap escorts. Another message offers Epstein contact information for someone connected to around, quote, 400 girls. But the files don't stop with modeling. They document travel routes from New York to Kiev, apartments arranged for women, extended stays, and logistics. They also show real estate dealings, including 2017 discussions involving Epstein and a mansion purchase in Lviv. Emails tracking large money transfers and hundreds of thousands of dollars tied to the deal. But Epstein's involvement in Ukraine was much deeper than just accessing models. He was ready to take advantage of the country's upheaval. Take a look at this email from 2013, just before the CIA-led coup that overthrew the government of Ukraine. Epstein writes, quote, Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities. Many. The year was 2013. Ukraine was in the middle of a political crisis, and Epstein sent that message to the head of the Rothschild banking group. The emails indicate, along with others, that Epstein worked directly for and with the Rothschilds, specifically on taking advantage of the chaos being sown in Ukraine. Well, not long after those emails were sent, the Rothschild-linked interests aggressively moved into Ukraine, buying assets that had collapsed in value after the 2014 upheaval. We're talking about land and energy and infrastructure. And when Petro Poroshenko emerged as president, control of major financial and industrial assets didn't leave oligarchs. They simply changed hands.
In order to stop any insinuations, we have already prepared and fully agreed upon a deal to transfer our stake in Roshan to the Rothschild Trust, a company with an impeccable reputation, so that Poroshenko's name will not be listed among the owners.
Yeah, when then came 2019. Poroshenko lost power, and a television comedian by the name of Vladimir Zelensky won the presidency. And Jeffrey Epstein? He seems to have made a new friend, because he later writes to a Ukrainian-born woman, quote, "I want you to start reading about politics in Ukraine. Zelensky, corruption, parliament." He later writes, "Yes, it is funny, but sophisticated corruption. Huge amounts of money will be made. I'd like to see you as a female oligarch." The Epstein and Zelensky had lunch multiple times together. And then Zelensky himself appears to be accused of being complicit in human trafficking in Ukraine. In a redacted email, Zelensky's misspelled name is found, stating that he allowed modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel to traffic girls out of the country. So who was Jean-Luc Brunel? Well, he was found dead in a prison cell in 2022 while he was being held on suspicion of rape of minors, sexual exploitation, and trafficking girls to who else but Jeffrey Epstein. And we're not done yet, because in a plot twist to this story, there is another major Pizzagate connection. See, Zelensky himself, in September of 2023, he invited performance artist Marina Abramovich to serve as an ambassador for Ukraine. She would specifically help to rebuild schools and support children affected by the war. Marina Abramovich is not even Ukrainian, she is Serbian. She is also a central character in the original Pizzagate story. See, throughout the Podesta Pizzagate emails, Abramovich's name comes up often. She is a bizarre performance artist who performs something called spirit cooking, which is a ritualistic use of blood and semen. Much of her art involves highly sexual and cannibalistic themes. So the question is, what would qualify her to be an ambassador for Ukraine dealing specifically with children? Look, once again, there are so many bizarre issues that seem to be raised with these emails. Many of the names listed in the Epstein files are not necessarily connected to human and child trafficking, all right? But some certainly seem to be. And in this case, Zelensky, who runs a country that for years has been known as a hotbed for pedophilia and human trafficking, also seems to have found a powerful connection with and to Jeffrey Epstein. And even after Epstein's death, continued to remain connected to those who celebrate ritualistic torture.
So there you go, Alex. There's your Ukraine introduction to all the story to tie everything together. And Marina Abramovic, who we actually went into in depth in our Pizzagate.
Like personally, but the topic.
Well, I mean, she's in the story, which is all that's important because she appears everywhere. that crazy broad.
Yep.
All right.
You know, as we were reading this, I was just mildly curious if Podesta's name appears in the Epstein files, and I see 67 links to the Podesta emails.
Yes.
Which Epstein was sending around, and one just I'm talking about like 2 seconds worth of work here, right? Not deep research or anything. 2 seconds worth, has one where he's sending a link to Peter Thiel. It's like, oh, check this out. Now, I don't know why this is happening. I'm sure somebody has looked into it more than me, but come on, man. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Now, for those of you who are new to listening to this or catching this for the first time, did not yet listen to our Pizzagate exposition, I try to take this as non-sensationalistic as possible. I have what you would call an open mind to some of the more salacious activity and accusations that are in these stories, but I do not automatically believe that all of them are true or that there is enough information at the time to have a large amount of certainty. But I do keep an open mind and attempt to sift through the information and give my opinion in what I hope is a reasonable and rational frame, so that people don't feel that I'm discarding things that might be true too easily, but also that I'm not erring on the side of alarm and, possible insanity by making connections that are tenuous and don't really hold water. So if you go back and listen to the Pizzagate story that we did, I think that is that honors that attempt that I make, and I'm going to be doing the same attempts. Even though this is more real-time information, the Pizzagate stuff I had many, many years of knowledge about and time to organize for the special that we did. This is all happening in real time. So, of course, I might think something is more likely to be true early on and find out that it's not true later, or that I might be more hesitant early on and skeptical than possibly is warranted. I could err in both ways in the real time as things unfold. One of such items, Alex, I believe, has already sort of not necessarily conclusively resolved itself, but afforded us a little extra information since Sunday, which was the question of the torture video email, in that the sender is, or the recipient, I don't recall who in that email exchange, has been identified, if I'm not mistaken, Alex, and that the recipient, let's see here, I have from the Telegraph this week, loved the torture video, Epstein's chilling email to Emirati billionaire. Now, at the time that we're looking at these emails, talking about a torture video, I said that could be literal, but it also could be a euphemism, because there are plenty of times where I may have said something to someone about being tortured, or that people were attempting to torture me, or use torture as a euphemism, not a literal expression. And so I, said that this could be an instance of that. My belief that it's a euphemism has decreased since this story, since Sunday. Amid the tens of thousands of deeply disturbing photos, videos, and emails contained in the Epstein files is the chilling message, "I love the torture video." The name of the person who received that email from pedophile Jeffrey Epstein was redacted when the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, released 3 million files on January 30th. Now that man can be identified as one of the Middle East's most powerful businessmen. Sultan Ahmed bin Suleiman, the chairman and chief executive of DP World, who owns a vast global network of ports and shipping and logistics companies, was one of the 6 wealthy, powerful
DP,
men.
By the way, it's not a badly named porn company. It is Dubai Ports. So
yes, so it is not. It is not the double penetration world, is what you're saying.
No. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that clarification, Alex. I appreciate it, because my mind.
This means that he is like it carries a lot of information. That's why I'm sort of interrupting the normal broadcast.
No.
It means he's high up, related to the UAE establishment, right? He's not even just this like a successful businessman. Like, this is somebody who's plugged in.
Yes. I'm not criticizing your interruption, Alex. It's vital information. I'm just making sure that we all understand that the DP would have been double penetration if it were in the porn industry, or possibly donkey punch. But I don't. That's less common.
I mean, given that it's Epstein we're talking about, all this stuff needs clarification.
I guess so. Ro Khanna, the Democrat who helped force the Epstein files release, named Mr. Suleiman in the House floor, where members of Congress are legally protected from the threat of defamation. The DOJ allowed lawmakers access to unredacted Epstein files for the first time on Monday, allowing Mr. Khanna and Thomas Massie, the Republican who pushed for the release, to identify redacted men. Mr. Khanna said the DOJ had hidden the names of the men for no apparent reason. Mr. Suleiman's name appears extensively in the files alongside photos of him and Epstein together. He exchanged emails with Epstein for more than a decade after Epstein was jailed in 2008. In April 2009, while he was still serving his 18-month sentence in a Palm Beach jail but allowed to work release, Epstein emailed Mr. Suleiman, "Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video," he wrote. Born into an influential Emirati family, Mr. Suleiman has risen to become one of the region's most influential figures. His father was an advisor to Dubai's royal family, and his brother is the president of the governing body of Formula One and other motorsports. In a letter included in the DOJ files, Epstein suggested that he had known Mr. Suleiman since 2002 and described him as a close personal friend. Sultan bin Suleiman has the net worth of well over $100 million. I have known him for more than 8 years and will personally vouch for him in any information he provides in connection with this application, Epstein wrote in 2010. What appears to be a referenced letter for Mr. Suleiman's attempts to lease an undisclosed property. Since Mr. Suleiman took the helm of DP World as chairman in 2007, the company has become one of the biggest port operators in the world. DP World also owns British shipping company P&O Ferries, which fired 800 seafarers in 2022, giving them just 30 minutes notice. The move was criticized by the Tory government at the time, with Grant Shapps, then Transport Secretary, describing it as shameful. In a letter addressed to Mr. Suleiman, the workers' union said the dismissals were callous and beneath contempt. This behavior not only lacks any form of basic decency, but appears to be a flagrant violation of UK labor law. The letter added P&O denied any wrongdoing. In 2008, he was pictured with Donald Trump at a gala introducing Trump's International Hotel and Tower in Dubai. Michael Wolff, the biographer who spoke with Epstein for more than 100 hours before his death, previously said Mr. Trump and Epstein shared an abiding obsession of chasing supermodels. In 2007, Mr. Suleiman had emailed Epstein about his own attempts to meet a supermodel, according to a separate cache of emails obtained by Bloomberg. She told me a funny story, Epstein wrote to Mr. Suleiman in November 2007 email. Yes, Mr. Suleiman replied. After several attempts for several months, we managed to meet in New York. There is a misunderstanding. She wanted some business, while I only wanted some pussiness. Praise Allah, there are still people like you, Epstein wrote back. Even after Epstein's conviction in 2008, Mr. Suleiman continued his correspondence. In 2015, he described one encounter to Epstein as the best sex I ever had. He later appears to have helped arrange for a Russian masseuse from Epstein's private spa to get a job as a trainee at a 5-star hotel in Turkey so she gains better experiences, he wrote in 2017. Among the other redacted names revealed by Mr. Khanna on Tuesday were Les Wexner, the billionaire retail mogul. Mr. Wexner's ties to Epstein have been extensively reported, including that Epstein used to tell women he was a recruiter for lingerie brand Victoria's Secret, which was owned by Mr. Wexner. Neither Mr. Wexner nor Mr. Suleiman have been accused of wrongdoing or have been convicted of any crimes in connection to Epstein. Mr. Khanna suggested there are probably more names in the files that should be unredacted. If we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files, Mr. Khanna said on Tuesday. He noted that the FBI had scrubbed the files before handing them over to the DOJ, including files naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home, and raped and abused underage girls. They're all hidden, Mr. Khanna said. It is a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? DP World has been contacted for comment. Now, Alex, that is an actual additional interesting component, which is who was responsible for the redactions. And there is a lot of pointing fingers that I'm hearing going on that the DOJ wasn't responsible for every redaction that we see, that the redactions occurred when they were handed certain documents. And so that it's not necessarily...
I don't think that this actually absolves the DOJ, because the DOJ organizationally, the FBI belongs to the DOJ. So it's like blaming my sort of the people who reported me for not giving me the information I wanted. It's like, well, and what did you do about, like, what do you mean they gave you redacted information? Like, you are their organizational superior. Tell them to give you non-redacted information, right? So the fact that they took redacted information, even though the law said that the only redaction should be this, this, and this, and their starting point was already pre-redacted, is a problem.
Yeah.
And the fact that the lawmakers were invited to look at the quote unquote unredacted material and it was already redacted, that was a problem.
Yeah.
And there's actually a very interesting little detail in their almost instantaneous statement that Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie gave right after they got out of there. I don't know if you know the moment I'm talking about, Gator.
I do not. It's been a whirlwind for me.
Anyway, whatever. We don't have to find the clip, but basically, Massey speaks and is like, oh yeah, the user interface was a little bit complicated, but I figured it out. And then Khanna says, yeah, Massey had to use some of his MIT engineering knowledge to get to the, they basically try to make it difficult, but Massey had to engineer his way around it. So this is a situation where they're allowed to take no assistance inside and no technology, right? No phones, no cameras, no nothing. So they go in just as the biological entities they are, right? And they can take information out in their heads. But whatever computers they were showed there, I don't know if it was like some querying interface that required a little bit of, digging around in or whatever. But they only had 2 hours, and whatever it was, they were. I think they were They were counting on the on Massey and Khanna not being able to get to these names on time.
Okay. But Massey pulled up Vim and was able to code.
I don't
code around it real quick.
I don't know what that was, but it's an interesting little detail that Massey is probably the most tech literate person in Congress. So whatever it is they try to pull did not work.
Well, that is a fun little tidbit. I'll have to look into a little bit more. Curious now. You've piqued it. Now we have some other items here, Alex, that we were going to get to on Sunday that we did not get to, with respect to things that included in the dump. Now, this comes from postings from a woman named Emily Kaplan, and she doesn't necessarily have credibility with me in any large sense, but I'm going to read her bio so that you kind of understand where she's fitting into the world at the moment. But she co-founded the Broken Science Initiative with Greg Glassman, the founder of CrossFit. And this was her bio on brokenscience.org. Emily Kaplan is an expert in strategy and communication. As the CEO and co-founder of the Broken Science Initiative, she is building a platform to educate people on this systemic failings in science, education, and health, while offering an alternative approach based on probability theory. As the principal at the Clio Group, Emily works with high-profile companies, celebrities, entrepreneurs, politicians, and scientists who face strategic communication challenges or find themselves in a crisis. Emily's work as a business leader includes time spent working with large Arab conglomerates in the GCC region of the Middle East, looking to partner with American interests. Emily acquired Prep Cosmetics, expanded it to become a national chain, and revolutionized the way women bought beauty products by offering novel online shopping experiences, which are now the industry standard. She was partnered in a dating app that used new technology and geolocation to help interested parties meet up in real life. Emily developed Prime Fitness and Nutrition, a women's health concept that focused on the fitness and diet needs of women as they age, with 3 physical locations. Okay, so there's more of her bio, but I'm just going to give you that sort of high level to prime this, because these are 2 videos that she released discussing an aspect that's important to her that she just will call discovered. I'm not going to make her the independent finder, but allow me the term discovered in the Epstein files. And then I'll back this up with some other information that preceded this to sort of not prove it, but like bolster the idea that there's been smoke for a while in this direction. Okay. So these are her claims that she's been pushing that have some merit to externally to her.
We just decoded a secret diary of one of Epstein's victims from his never-searched ranch in New Mexico, and what we found was beyond disturbing. Children forced to get pregnant, infants who did not survive, babies kept in what sounds like formaldehyde for their mothers to see, screaming, pain, trauma most of us can't imagine, and all of it written in code inside a blue, sparkly notebook that surfaced quietly in this most recent drop of Epstein documents released by the DOJ. This may have been the purpose of the New Mexico ranch, a place that was never fully investigated. We know about the island and we know about the New York mansion, but Epstein's ranch in New Mexico is different. No raid, no forensic sweeps, no warrants, no accounting, and after his death, the estate sold and basically erased any chance of preserving that property. So what happened there? For years, what we knew came only in fragments: survivor testimony, civil filings, and now this personal journal, handwritten, a blue, sparkly little girl's notebook, written partly in code mixed with magazine clippings. It reads the way a child would write when they're scared and being watched. The writer documents repeated pregnancies. She writes about being isolated until tests were positive, about being withdrawn from others. She calls herself an incubator. I am nothing but property, she writes. She describes forced medical procedures, shots, intense pain, babies being born alive. In one entry, she writes that she was allowed only 10 to 15 minutes to hold and feed her daughter before her baby was taken away forever. She's mine. I want her back, she writes. This happens more than once. The notebook describes an obsession with genetics, hair color, eye color, a superior gene code. She questions why she was chosen, why her body, her traits, her musical abilities. She writes about special nutrition that Jeffrey made them all do, total control, no school, being taken to New Mexico and isolated from everyone and everything she was familiar with. When the writer reaches for what she cannot say directly, the notebook shifts and the language changes to sort of preservation, the ability to try to explain what she can't. But in this not so childish way, she is trying to account for the trauma that she is experiencing. And this, while it really proves nothing specifically about the ranch, it's definitely showing us that there is evidence, accounts that were written down, and nothing was done. So the question isn't just what happened in New Mexico, it's why it was never investigated. Follow for part 2. One of Epstein's young victims kept a secret diary, and this is part 2 of a series looking at what she wrote in code and using magazine clippings to document the brutality of her experience, which included forced pregnancies, being given to other couples, and of children who she said were being called prostitutes. But she notes that they couldn't be prostitutes because they were too young to give consent. These entries are heartbreaking, and I wanted to read one. Her voice is worth us all listening to. In code, in her sparkly blue spiral notebook on April 22nd of a year that we don't know which one it was, she writes, I had no choice. I wasn't ready and she wasn't ready. My mother had found me and it was urgent. After so many bonding moments with Jeffrey and Ghislaine, their baby inside of me, in the middle, she wouldn't even look at me. She said nothing to one another, and I was so confused. When we arrived at Palm Beach, I was taken to a house close to Jeffrey's, I think called Ocean Boulevard or Street, but it was close and I was alone, in all capital letters, except for a new driver, not Mr. Juan, an elderly French woman whose pictures were on the wall with a thick accent and was kind. She said that she was born to deliver babies and had been doing so before I was born, similar to the last one with the shot and the hook and too much blood and water and unbearable pain. She put her hands inside me to see, and she seemed worried. I didn't understand. Something about the baby facing wrong and putting pressure on the placenta? ? Things would have to be different. She said that I had to be brave and strong and listen to her directions so that she could help safely get the baby out. I was terrified. Seeing so much blood on the bed and the floor, I started to panic. She helped me flip over to my hands and my knees and had me push and push. It was so excruciating. I could feel everything as she tried to guide the baby out, but I was so tired. I felt I was dying, but suddenly she caught a beautiful baby girl who made more than a whimper, but beautiful cries. Then she let me hold her and washed her and brought her back clean and perfect. She smelled so good and showed me how to feed her. But only maybe 15 minutes, Mr. M came to take her. I was hysterical, begging for more time. He said those horrible girls were in the car, but I couldn't let her go. The old woman promised me that she would be safe, and I had to let go. 4 pounds, 10 ounces, 18.5 inches long, with beautiful long fingers. I am dead inside. Life has no meaning. I don't want to be here. These girls deserve us to be all talking about them. And anybody who is trying to distance themselves from the situation should read these over and over again and think about what you were complicit in.
Now, to sort of back up what Emily Kaplan is talking about, I have attached an article from The Times, not the New York Times, but The Times. Jeffrey Epstein may have had a number of secret children, according to files released by the U.S. Justice Department. Buried in the 3 million documents are references to Epstein having fathered children, including one by a teenager who alleges her daughter was taken from her minutes after birth. In a diary entry, an Epstein victim claims to have given birth to a baby girl in about 2002, when she would have been 16 or 17 years old. Included in her diary is a copy of a pregnancy scan dated to 20 weeks gestation. The child appears to have been taken from her mother 10 minutes after birth, which the woman alleges was supervised by Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. She was born, I heard her cries, the victim wrote. I saw this tiny head and body in between the doctor's hands. Ghislaine said she was beautiful. Where is she? The woman wrote, I do not want to be tied to Jeffrey for the rest of my life. Playing the piano well is not a good reason to think someone has good genes or should have a baby. I'm too young and he is too old. The piano and the music comments are made to convince me this is right and will create perfect offspring he, Epstein, calls the superior gene pool. Why me? My eye color? My eye color? I miss the person I was before I was made into what feels like a human incubator. The diary was shared by the woman's lawyers, Wigder LLP, with federal prosecutors investigating Epstein and Maxwell. The woman later filed a lawsuit against the Epstein associate Liam Black, the former chief executive of Apollo Global Management, under the pseudonym Jane Doe in 2023. The victim alleges Black raped her at Epstein's house in an assault that caused her to bleed. Black denies the allegations. The case is continuing. The Times was able to confirm her real name, but has chosen to protect her identity. This paper was not able to verify the woman's claims and, if true, what happened to the newborn. It has never been publicly confirmed that Epstein had any children, and there is no mention of any offspring in a will he drew up in the years before his 2019 death in a New York prison cell. Epstein's last known girlfriend was Kirana Shulak, and he stated he wanted to leave her his private island as well as $50 million in his Manhattan townhouse. In one video in the files released on Friday, which was undated but appears to have been filmed at Epstein's New York mansion, a DNA paternity test can be seen on a table. In another email, one sent to Epstein in 2011, Sarah Ferguson, the ex-wife of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, congratulates Epstein on the apparent birth of a child. One message is signed off by Sarah and mentions the Duke. The sender congratulates Epstein on the apparent birth of a child. Quote, don't know if you are still on this BBM, BlackBerry Messenger supposedly, but heard from the Duke that you have had a baby boy. Even though you never kept in touch, I am still here with love, friendship, and congratulations on your baby boy. A follow-up message is then sent to Epstein 8 minutes later. You have disappeared, the email reads. I did not even know you were having a baby. It was so crystal clear to me that you were only friends with me to get to Andrew. It is understood that Andrew suggested to Ferguson that she should message Epstein to congratulate him on the birth of his baby boy, but that she heard no more on the matter. In the email sent from Epstein's private account, leaked last year to Bloomberg, there was a suggestion that Epstein and Maxwell talked about undergoing a shared fertility procedure. In an Epstein email to Epstein in 2007, around the time she had claimed to have left Epstein's orbit and had already been dating the technology billionaire Ted Wyatt, she instructed, your cup plus instructions are in the Oval Room. The sample has to be dropped off at 10. You have to fill out the forms. I would have filled them out for you, but I was not sure what you wanted to put on them. Let me know if you want to do anything. Epstein confided in scientists a scheme to seed the human race with his DNA by impregnating women at his vast New Mexico ranch, the New York Times reported in 2019, which I have to read in a moment. There is no evidence that it ever came to fruition. Epstein's vision reflected this long-standing fascination with what has become known as transhumanism, the science of improving the human population through technologies like genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. Critics have likened transhumanism to a modern-day version of eugenics. Epstein had based his idea for a baby ranch on accounts of the repository for germinal choice, which was to be stocked with the sperm of Nobel laureates who wanted to strengthen the human gene pool. Now, I had known about this New York Times article, broadly speaking, because the idea that Epstein was involved and fascinated with ideas of superior genetics and creating a superior line of humans was rather, I thought, well known as at least being a rumor that spread around him. But this is the article from the New York Times in 2019. Jeffrey Epstein hoped to seed human race with his DNA. Jeffrey E. Epstein, the wealthy financier, this is from 2019, by the way, who was accused of sex trafficking, had an unusual dream. He hoped to seed the human race with his DNA by impregnating women at his vast New Mexico ranch. Mr. Epstein, over the years, confided to scientists and others about his scheme, according to 4 people familiar with his thinking, although there is no evidence that it ever came to fruition. Mr. Epstein's vision reflected his long-standing fascination with what has become known as transhumanism, the science of improving the human population through technologies like genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. Critics have likened transhumanism to a modern-day version of eugenics, the discredited field of improving the human race through controlled breeding. Mr. Epstein, who was charged in July with the sexual trafficking of girls as young as 14, was a serial illusionist. He lied about the identities of his clients, his wealth, his financial prowess, and his personal achievements, but he managed to use connections and charisma to cultivate valuable relationships with business and political leaders. Interviews with more than a dozen of his acquaintances, as well as public documents, show that he used to use the same tactics to insinuate himself into an elite scientific community, thus allowing him to pursue his interests in eugenics and other fringe fields like cryonics. Lawyers for Mr. Epstein, who has pleaded not guilty to the sex trafficking charges, did not respond to requests for comment. Mr. Epstein attracted a glittering array of prominent scientists. They included the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Murray Gell-Mann, who discovered the quark, the theoretical physicist and best-selling author Stephen Hawking, the paleontologist and evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould, Oliver Sacks, the neurologist and best-selling author George M. Church, a molecular engineer who has worked to identify genes that could be altered to create superior humans, and the MIT theoretical physicist Frank Wilczek, a Nobel laureate. The lure for some of his scientists was Mr. Epstein's money. He dangled financing for their pet projects. Some of the scientists said that the prospect of financing blinded them to seriousness of his sexual transgressions and even led them to give credence to some of Mr. Epstein's half-baked scientific musings. Scientists gathered at dinner parties at Mr. Epstein's Manhattan mansion, where Dom Perignon and expensive wines flowed freely, even though Mr. Epstein did not drink. He hosted buffet lunches at Harvard's program for evolutionary dynamics, which he had helped start with a $6.5 million donation. Others flew to conferences sponsored by Mr. Epstein in the United States Virgin Islands and were feted on his private island there. Once, the scientists, including Mr. Hawking, crowded on board a submarine that Mr. Epstein had chartered. The Harvard cognitive psychologist Steven Pinker said he was invited by colleagues, including Martin Nowak, a Harvard professor of mathematics and biology, and the theoretical physicist Lawrence Krauss, to salons and coffee klatchkas at which Mr. Epstein would hold court. Well, some of Mr. Pinker's peers hailed Mr. Epstein as brilliant. Mr. Pinker described him as an intellectual imposter. Now, I'm going to have to side with Mr. Pinker on this one based off of Sloppy Steve Bannon's interview that we played last week. Because that was some vapid shit that he was spewing there. He would abruptly change the subject, ADD style, dismiss observation with an adolescent wisecrack, Mr. Pinker said. Another scientist cultivated by Mr. Epstein, Jaron Lanier, a prolific author who is the founder of virtual reality, said that Mr. Epstein's ideas did not amount to science and that they did not lend themselves to rigorous proof. Mr. Lanier and Mr. Epstein had once hypothesized that atoms behaved like investors in a marketplace. All right. Mr. Lanier said that he declined any funding from Mr. Epstein and that he had met with him only once after Mr. Epstein in 2008 pleaded guilty to charges of soliciting prostitution from a minor. Mr. Epstein was willing to finance research that others viewed as bizarre. He told one scientist that he was bankrolling efforts to identify a mysterious particle that might trigger the feeling that someone is watching you. At one session at Harvard, Mr. Epstein criticized efforts to reduce starvation and provide health care to the poor because doing so increased the risk of overpopulation, said Mr. Pinker, who was there. Mr. Pinker said he rebutted the argument, citing research showing that high rates of infant mortality simply cause people to have more children. Mr. Epstein seemed annoyed, and a Harvard colleague later told Mr. Pinker that he had been voted off the island. It was no longer welcome at Mr. Epstein's gatherings. Aw, shucks. I don't know about you, Alex, but if I were a member of that group, to find out that I was disinvited from Mr. Epstein's parties was probably like the greatest gift anyone could possibly have retroactively.
Yeah.
Then there was Mr. Epstein's interest in eugenics. On multiple occasions, starting in the early 2000s, Mr. Epstein told scientists and businessmen about his ambitions to use his New Mexico ranch as a base where women would be inseminated with his sperm and would give birth to his babies, according to 2 award-winning scientists and an advisor to large companies and wealthy individuals, all of whom Mr. Epstein told about it. It was not a secret. The advisor, for example, said he was told about the plans not only by Mr. Epstein at a gathering at his Manhattan townhouse, but also by at least one prominent member of the business community. One of the scientists told Mr. Epstein, or said Mr. Epstein divulged his idea in 2001 at a dinner at the same townhouse. The other recalled Mr. Epstein discussing it with him in 2006 conference that was hosted in St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. The idea struck all 3 as far-fetched and disturbing. There is no indication that it would have been against the law. Once at dinner, Mr. Epstein's mansion on Manhattan's Upper East Side, Mr. Lanier said that he talked to a scientist who told him that Mr. Epstein's goal was to have 20 women at a time impregnated at his 33,000 square foot Zorro Ranch in a tiny town outside of Santa Fe. Mr. Lanier said the scientist identified herself as working at NASA but did not remember her name. According to Mr. Lanier, the NASA scientist said Mr. Epstein had based his idea for a baby ranch on accounts of the repository for germinal choice, which was to be stocked with the sperm of Nobel laureates who wanted to strengthen the human gene pool. Only one Nobel Prize winner has acknowledged contributing sperm to it. The repository discontinued operations in 1999. Mr. Lanier, the virtual reality creator and author, said he had the impression that Mr. Epstein was using the dinner parties, where some guests were attractive women with impressive academic credentials, to screen candidates to bear Mr. Epstein's children. Mr. Epstein did not hide his interest in tinkering with genes and in perpetuating his own DNA. One adherent of transhumanism said that he and Mr. Epstein discussed the financier's interest in cryonics, an unproven science in which people's bodies are frozen and to be brought back to life in the future. Mr. Epstein told this person that he wanted his head and penis to be frozen. Southern Trust Company, Mr. Epstein's Virgin Island Incorporated business, disclosed in a local filing that he was engaged in DNA analysis. Calls to Southern Trust, which sponsored a science and math fair for school children in the Virgin Islands in 2014, were not returned. In 2011, a charity established by Mr. Epstein gave $20,000 to the World Transhumanist Association, which now operates under the name Humanity Plus. The group's website says its goal is to deeply influence a new generation of thinkers who dare to envision humanity's next steps. Mr. Epstein's foundation, which is now defunct, also gave $100,000 to pay the salary of Ben Gortzel, vice chairman of Humanity Plus, according to Mr. Gortzel's resume. I have no desire to talk about Mr. Epstein right now, said Mr. Gortzel in an email to the New York Times. The stuff I'm reading about him in the papers is pretty disturbing and goes way beyond what I thought his misdoings and kinks were. Yuck. Alan M. Dershowitz, a professor emeritus of law at Harvard, recalled that at a lunch Mr. Epstein hosted in Cambridge, Massachusetts, he steered the conversation towards questions of how humans could be improved genetically. Mr. Dershowitz said that he was appalled, given the Nazis' use of eugenics to justify their genocidal efforts to purify the Aryan race. Yet the lunches persisted. Everyone speculated about whether these scientists were more interested in his views or more interested in his money, said Mr. Dershowitz, who was one of Mr. Epstein's defense lawyers in a 2008 case. Luminaries at Mr. Epstein's St. Thomas conference in 2006 included Mr. Hawking and the Caltech theoretical physicist Kip S. Thorne. One participant at the conference, which was ostensibly on the subject of gravity, recalled that Mr. Epstein wanted to talk about perfecting the human genome. Mr. Epstein said he was fascinated with how certain traits were passed on and how that could result in superior humans. Mr. Epstein appeared to have gained entree into the scientific community through John Brockman, a literary agent whose best-selling science writers include Richard Dawkins, Daniel Goleman, and Jared Diamond. Mr. Brockman did not respond to requests for comment. That goes on a little bit longer. I'll cut off there, Alex. That's my attempt to sort of bolster this idea that Miss Emily Kaplan was discussing, not necessarily to prove it true, but it's not. as salacious as it sounds, it's not completely without founding in what we know of Jeffrey Epstein's history.
Well, part of what protects people who do, things like this is how off the wall they sound when they are, who would do things like this, hypothetically, is how off the wall they sound to anybody who, if you were to go and tell people, hey, there's a ranch in New Mexico where there's like 20 girls pregnant at a time and there's babies being taken away to unknown locations, whatever.
Yeah, sounds like a fever dream.
What do you, nobody's going to believe, like, who do you go to? The cops? Like, what do you think they're going to do? So that's part of it, right? And to some extent, I mean, this doesn't appear to be a rumor per se. We kind of know that he said he wanted to do it. We know he had the location to do it. There's, unverified reports that he did.
I would like to do it at my ranch. That's exactly where I would like to do this experiment at. Like he's telling everybody at dinner.
Yeah. Somebody commented that, well, you know what New Mexico is close to?
Mexico?
Exactly. If you wanted a way out of the country that was fairly hard to sort of monitor exhaustively, that would be a good place to do. So who the fuck knows? But the most annoying part of all of this, and annoying is really the understatement of the century, is that it appears that nobody has looked into it. And Brett had an episode earlier today, which I haven't watched in full, but his point was that it's like, okay, there are all sorts of things like sulfuric acid, whatever. It's like, maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing. Like, how the hell are we supposed to know if jerky is jerky or jerky is something else or jerky is jerky of something else? But like, we're not, there's supposed to be competent authorities here that look into this shit. And, while they do seem to be able to surge staffing levels, those staffing levels appear to be dedicated to redacting shit, looking into it. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, have they looked into it? Have they not looked? Either way, like, let me put it differently. This whole thing would have been a lot less intensely, infuriating to the public if it came with, a detailed account of what they looked into, what they found, and
yes,
why
that's sort of what we said last week. Yeah, that was one of my points, like last week, or maybe it was Sunday, which is that we have these emails and they say things that are alarming, like the torture video thing. It's like, okay, well, do we know what the context behind that? Did you figure that out? Did you look at that piece of information and go, gee, I wonder what this was about? Oh, now we know. Here's what that was. That's where that chain of alarming information led.
And like on some level, they might say, look, we are not going to follow every wild goose chase out there, right? Fair enough. But at some point, if authorities at the highest level are implicated and you are part of the government and you don't seem to be doing anything about it, I mean, give me a fucking break, man. Like, yeah, people are going to get really fucking interested in it and pretty upset. That's, and I was meditating on this a little bit earlier today. Politicians lying to you is one thing, right? You kind of expect it. They are ultimately game theoretic agents. On some level, it might even be understandable because, if you are representing your country, say, right, and you're about to go to war, and somebody asks you, like, are you going to war? And you want to preserve the element of surprise, you might say, no, we're not going to war. And people might, like, you can see why the role of a politician, your job is not truth-telling. It is, operating at the benefit of your constituents, whatever your entity. Fine. But there is another group of people whose job, or at least they claim their job, is to tell the truth, and they're the journalists. And even they are not following fucking anything, right? They're busy sort of minimizing whatever they can, whenever they even spend some time on it. Even though you did, to their credit, you did mention a couple of cases where they did a little bit more than that. And the problem with all of that is that when there's like such a big delta, right, such a big gap between what was actually in there and what we were told was in there, it's not just that we're finding out a bunch of stuff, right? It's that we're also finding out that people knew about this stuff and nobody said anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing I'm upset about. I don't know. There's a fairly minor, at least for the moment, we don't know anything more, episode about this person called Peter Attia. I don't know if you have.
I have. Yeah. We talked about him before. And I also have like a little bit of an update because he's like losing all his jobs.
Good. But the thing to me was like, he kind of gave this excuse of like, oh, I was young and irresponsible. I didn't know about my child dying or whatever. I'm now a better person or whatever. It's like, look, man, you might want to pitch me on the story of like that 15 years ago, you were a completely different person and now you're a completely different person. And with enough work, maybe you can get me to, if not believe you, at least say, okay, look, that's a reasonable way to approach this. I get it. But there's a minor issue. And that minor issue is that for the entire 15 years from then till now, you knew all that shit and you said nothing. And what are you revealing today? Exactly what we already know and not one thing more. Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't care about your excuses and who you were back then. What I care about is that you knew all this time and you had a platform. I mean, it's not like you were speaking, but nobody was listening. You had a very popular podcast. You could have chosen at any point to open your mouth and just fucking say things. But you chose not to, hoping it would never come up. And yeah, now it came up and go fuck yourself. But that thing is about Attia, but it also applies to the press, right? And so many other people in these files who clearly knew there was something off, even if they didn't participate. And if they either said nothing or, even worse, actively participated in sort of minimizing it, or there's a special place in hell for someone like Lutnick, who not only said he was a vile human being, he also said he was one of the greatest blackmailers in the world, and I would never associate myself with him. And then we find out that they were chilling pre and post conviction.
But Alex, he's one of the greatest blackmailers of the world, so of course he was being blackmailed into it.
Okay, well, tell us now that he's dead then. What are
you say he's dead? He's dead.
Has admitted to being blackmailed, and we're chill about it. Is that what you're telling me?
He's okay. Dead. Wink.
He's not responsible for anything important. Just the fucking treasury.
Well, we've never actually been fans of Howard Lutnick on this program. We've criticized him several times, including one of his comments where I believe it was when the SNAP payments were being paused. He said, "Look, my mother, if she doesn't get her SNAP payment or something, or if she doesn't get her Social Security or something for a couple of weeks, she'll be fine," or something like that. It's like, thank you, Howard. That's exactly what's. She'll just be like, oh, it's probably just delayed or something. No big deal. Like, yep, that's exactly how everyone's grandmother is gonna be in the country.
In the spirit of saying things that are insane, but not strictly, precluded from the facts, and have some mild, if probabilistic, support. Do you know the whole thing about Lutnick and 9/11?
Even if I did, I'm going to need you to tell the audience, but I don't know what you're referring to there.
Okay, so Lutnick. So I heard somewhere that 30% of the people who died on 9/11 were his employees. Maybe it wasn't 30, maybe it's a smaller number, but it is a very large amount of people who died on the Twin Towers were his employees.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be there. Apparently, he was late to work that day. He was taking his kids to school, he said.
That's very fortunate for him.
Are you following me? Now, here's the thing. I thought not very much of it. You know, shit happens, whatever. That the boss of the firm somehow is the one who's late that one day, and you know, okay. I mean, okay, like I don't have anything, but here's the thing. He had we gotta dig up that clip. It's on my to-do list. But he gave an interview to the All In podcast when the administration was new. So about a year ago, maybe a bit over a year ago, when he was sort of being introduced to the audience and he was telling his story, and he talked about all his staff that died on 9/11. And he literally said he cried every day for 4 or 5 years, or one day for every person that died. Like something so fucking ridiculous that it could, even then I was like, okay, this is fucking stupid. But he went up to the point where he said, oh, you know, and then I had something like, I don't remember now exactly his words, but it was something like, and you know, one day I woke up and I didn't cry. And then I remembered that there was one person that I hadn't cried for. And I started crying. Like, it wasn't like a metaphor. He was being extremely specific about how long, how many nights, how many years over he cried about the people who he lost that day. And it was that same stupid shit sort of, I'm telling you stories now to hear how good of a person I am, that he used in his, like, I never associated with Epstein, that makes me think, okay, you've rehearsed this, right? This is something that you know people will be very fucking curious about. And, you know, instead of telling us, yes, I bought my house from Epstein or from somebody who bought it from Epstein, and I was living next to him and we were hanging out for years, you made up a story. And this one sounds like that. That's all I could say about this.
Yeah,
but it's.
I wonder if it was it Counter Fitzgerald, because Counter Fitzgerald was like one of the companies that lost. Like, okay, yeah, they lost.
Counter Fitzgerald, just to be clear.
Okay, all right,
that's his shop. You know, it's like the people in this administration that have like, they're like, you remember that time when Soros went after the pound? Yeah, so his like number 2 guy at that thing is the current Secretary of Commerce. Wait. So Besant is Treasury. I think Lutnick is Commerce. Anyway, you know, remember Cantor Fitzgerald, Lutnick, who, by the way, fun fact, was fundraising for Hillary in 2016, in 2015. You know, so how times change.
You know, Trump was donating to them prior anyway, so.
I know, but you know, there's a statute of limitations, and I don't know if 2016.
I guess, perhaps, I don't know. But we are no fans of Lutnick on this show, so we don't have to take anything back. We don't have to walk anything back. Well, yeah. So Peter Attia, I have from CNN here. Celebrity Dr. Peter Attia's friendly, raunchy Epstein emails rattle his fans. On Tuesday of last week, CBS News announced a slate of 19 new contributors, part of ongoing efforts by its recently installed editor-in-chief Barry Weiss to revamp the network's public profile. Among the names, all experts in their field, as CBS put it, was Dr. Peter Attia, a celebrity doctor specializing in longevity medicine. 3 days later, the Department of Justice released a new trove of documents from the Jeffrey Epstein emails or files, which included a friendly and salacious correspondence between Attia and the convicted sexual predator. In one particularly crude response, Attia wrote, "Pussy is indeed low carb, still waiting on results on the gluten content, though." As long as there's no yeast infection, I guess. Some of Attia's fans have expressed disgust since the emails were made public. One fan on Reddit, who said that they learned a lot from Attia's work over the years, called him a morally bankrupt, socially climbing egomaniac. Attia's most recent Instagram post was flooded with angry replies, including one from an influencer and retired nurse, which read, "You have a daughter." Another, from a former follower, said, "Wish I could get back every penny I spent on your book and recommending you to people. You make me sick." Attia has a small, if expensive, medical practice called Early Medical with a waitlist for patients to join. As of 2005, he told CBS 60 Minutes he saw fewer than 75 patients. He did not disclose the exact price of his services, just that he charged closer to $100,000 than $500,000. But his interest in lengthening life has made him a prominent name in the last few years. His appearances have included spots on the Joe Rogan Experience and on CNN International, where he was interviewed by Becky Anderson about how technology is changing health. He also interviewed by Oprah, where the two chatted about living better for longer. That video, which has been viewable earlier this week on YouTube, is no longer publicly available. Now, Alex, we know for the last several releases of the Epstein files that your handsome host, Dr. RollerGator, who's the real president of the United States, is not in those documents. But there's a even more fascinating...
The only president of the United States that's not in those files.
Correct.
Actually, all the way
Correct.
back to Washington.
Now, but there is an actually slightly more interesting component, which is that you and I know several prominent people, out there. We don't know all the same people, but between us, we know it probably at least a dozen to two, between a dozen or two, high profile people. And to my knowledge, nobody in our joint network is in the Epstein files.
Well, that's not true. Do you remember the one I sent you?
Uh-oh.
We could go over it just for fun.
Okay, which one is that?
The Joska Bach one.
Okay, now I don't know know that person, so okay.
I'm undergoing my very own private Epstein files, I guess.
All right, okay, all right.
So you can see this. It's in our Signal chat.
Yes,
but,
yes.
So basically, Joska Bach he's well known. I actually quite liked him, to be frank. And I've had some minor interactions with him. But I think our last interaction was so this is a conversation that not a conversation. So this is a tweet by Paul Graham, okay, which was after Trump won the election, this last election, and Paul Graham says, "It would be great if we could get wokeness and overregulation swept away without also getting compromised and incompetent people running the government. But I worry that's too much to hope for." Right? So I respond to him, "Dude, you voted for Kamala," which I feel like is like a reasonable thing to respond. And Joska Bach responds to me and says, "Paul has been very consistent and articulate about his political opinions. Preferring a non-populist government over Trump does not mean that he agrees with all or most of the policies of the non-populist government. Please be respectful and ideally also thoughtful." Okay, so this was Joska Bach telling me that my tone was not appropriate for the venue and the respectable person that I was addressing. So far, so good? That's the how it's going part. We can go to the how it started afterwards. I just want to know that you're following me.
I'm on board, sir.
Okay, so I don't know why I came across Joska Bach. I think I actually was looking for somebody else, but he showed up, and apparently he has a very long interaction with Epstein, and he has written about it. And I don't know, man. Like, I fucking tend to believe him because whatever. Though who knows that he had no idea. But there's the funniest email in there, which I will read. This is from Epstein to Bach, okay, after an event that they had arranged, I think at MIT, talking about, I don't know, like consciousness, linguistics, AI, something. But the punchline is Chomsky was there, okay? You need to know this to understand. This is the first sentence from an email that Epstein sent to Joska Bach. It says, "On a personal note, you telling Chomsky that he should try to be quiet so he might learn something new was not a big help to your career. Attacking him personally made little sense, and no matter how hard I tried to calm you down, you went off on your own tirade." Anyway, I don't know. I found that amusing. Apparently somebody told Chomsky to sit down.
Well, wait. The reply was, though, "Thank you, Jeffrey, for still talking to me after that."
Yep.
Correct. So, the favor
and something was redacted, and then says, "I will take great care to not set myself up like this during a debate. It was most disgraceful." But if you've ever
does that count as your circle? I mean, you're not you haven't
the conversation. I don't know.
You haven't had long late night conversations with this person before, right? So does that count as your circle? No. All right.
I don't. No, I wouldn't say. I just find it funny. Okay. It's just the only person I think I even vaguely knew. I might be wrong, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. think
All right.
there's anybody
Well,
in there that
I just let
not even
for the
Eric
moment.
fucking Weinstein in there, honestly, and I'm kind of disappointed.
Well, look, it's somewhat out of our control, but to the ability, to the point that we have some control over it, let's not have anybody in our near circle here appear in these files in the near future.
I mean, we don't know about you, Gator.
What do you mean? I'm not in there. We've already looked.
Know? How could people know? You mean RollerGator, the term, right? I see. Yes, fair enough.
I'm definitely not in there.
For all I know, you are Epstein.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, listen, if I had that sent, oh boy, that sloppy Steve Bannon interview, man, was just so bad, and I don't frequent the Free Press, but I saw a post by them saying that they've linked to all 14 hours of video that's available of him. And that was
the extended cut of Lord of the Rings or something where you
I mean, I'm gonna have to dabble in it to find out how bad it is. I have to see if there's anything salvageable about this guy, like other than the fact that he had lots of money. And salvageable, I just mean like why people were interested in talking to him.
Reasonable skills. Look, he did seem to give people, and I know this will sound like I'm joking, but it is true. He did seem to give people tax advice that I've found like several bits and pieces of tax advice that he's giving people for what it's worth.
If you sleep with your tax collector. Yeah.
No, I mean, anyway, there's this one story I'm tracing, and this is where the redaction both helps and doesn't, right? So there's this one model that it is the wildest thread ever, because she's talking to him like he's her girlfriend or something, like sharing a ridiculous amount of details about her sex life, and he's giving her tips. And then he's like, "Oh, you should come to Palm Beach," and she's like, "Oh, I don't know if I can come because I'm trying not to stay for like over 180 days in the US, so that I'm not a local resident for tax purposes." And then he seamlessly shifts to a tax advice bit, but the reason I'm saying this is all, the redaction makes this difficult is that I de-anonymize that person. It is fairly straightforward. It is a model, and she says where her photo shoots were in that year, and if you know that, you can go to models.com and figure out who we're talking about. And the punchline of all of this is that she was 17 at the time, okay? And he was in prison, technically. He was on work release and banned from talking to minors. And at that time, he was giving sex advice to a 17-year-old, right? But also tax advice, which I'm not sure if he was banned from doing. So there you have it.
Yeah. Well, what is the age of consent in the state of New York?
It is 17. However, he was banned in the state of Florida from interactions with minors.
Is Florida 18 then?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
He was banned from talking to minors, not to sub-consent people.
And we're sure it wasn't coal miners or anything like that.
That's right. Well, I mean, maybe also
loophole.
Minors. I don't know. They're
okay.
in danger.
Right.
You wouldn't want Epstein getting his hands on them.
Well, I'm dreading clicking on the links for the 14 hours of video. I've already watched 2, so there's only 12 left. But
I don't understand what makes you want to do this. I will say one more thing, however, which is that the redactions in these emails, I guess this goes back to like me and how my brain works, but we're being inundated with emails from everywhere, right? So on the one hand, I can't ignore the topic. On the other hand, I can't dig into 3 million emails at once. So what do? I've started digging into this one specific story that nobody's following, right? I've de-anonymized the model, which means now I can't even tweet about it because, well, I don't know how legal it is, but also I kind of don't her name is not connected to Epstein online, so I don't kind of want to necessarily. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I got to figure out how I feel about it. But it just this one story is just so fascinating how much there is in there right? You can see him sending her around to various doctors and whatever, which I guess the punchline of that for me is the people who are like, oh, we know everything about, his trafficking of minors now. If there was something, we would have figured it out. These people are retarded. Like, they have no respect for, how information works and how finding things works, right? I have spent, I don't know, a couple of hours on this, and, it is absolutely ridiculous how much is there. Again, I am looking into one story of the probably thousands that are in.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I want to say is that the redactions are weak, especially because for whatever reason, the DOJ has dumped the same emails over and over and over again, but they are rendered in different fonts.
There was one of those types of like double document things with different redactions. And the best redaction that I've heard of so far that was in these was the JP in JP Morgan Chase in one of the emails. The JP was redacted.
As far as I can tell, Epstein's email itself is redacted over and over again for whatever reason. So there's, what I'm saying is, even if they have redacted something consistently, they have the same document with different fonts, and they're redacting it over and over again. That gives you length qualifiers that are, each different font has different widths per letter.
Sure.
That gives you different fingerprints.
You can start to do a process of plausible elimination if you have a master list of possible, anyway, emails or things like that.
I don't want to say more, but I will say that and I'm not even promising that I will do it. But all I'm saying is that the redactions are, and I can buy the argument that even if you did it really, really well and the DOJ did not, it's basically impossible to do without sort of making the release entirely useless. But what I will say is that I don't think that these redactions will stand the test of time. At least like a lot.
If Ro Khanna and so you fill in the name for me, my brain is not working. And Thomas Massey keep pushing and show that a lot of these redactions are contrary to the law that was passed. Perhaps, unfortunately, we'll get an updated dump and have to go through this all again.
We also know that there's like they were talking about 6 million documents, and we only have 3.5 or whatever the number is.
Yeah.
By the way, there's also, I don't know, I'm looking for it. I suspect there is, but I haven't found it. Like, there's no way to just download the whole thing.
Right.
The UI they're giving us is embarrassing.
Yeah. I haven't looked because I just haven't looked to see if there is a predictable pattern in the URL format to where you could just actually just algorithmically fill it in.
There is no URL.
What do you mean?
It is a you just get justice.gov/Epstein, and whatever you click stays there. It's a single page app, so to speak. And
but there's going to be some communication in the network tab, right?
I don't know. That could be. That's a good point, actually. But the other thing is that even if you open a tab with a PDF in it, right, and then you come back later and you click download, if you haven't age verified yourself for like, I don't know, it is 30 minutes or whatever, it downloads something else, even though it tells you it'll down. It downloads like an age verification HTML file. It is a mess.
Let's just say that for the last like decade, circumventing and hacking non-public APIs has been something that I've done extensively to get my job done at different times. So, I'll see. I'll take a peek.
Man's got a.
Hey, listen, if they have something in there that generates even if it's a short-lived token, so that you can get an auth to download the API, I'll mimic that.
At that point,
behavior.
The question becomes: do I want to issue questionable traffic to the Justice Department servers?
Yeah, listen. listen. Go pull up Tor. I will get you a Ukrainian VPS that you can pay with through Bitcoin and reroute all of your traffic through. You can set up a set up a proxy on your VPS, because I've done it. And
look, now that with AI, I know your job is getting automated and stuff. I got to give you something to do. I mean, otherwise you might feel like you're not appreciated.
I can't wait to tell the story one day of the serial fraudster turned would-be attempted assassin that I've been tracing for 2 years, trying to get them behind bars. I can't wait to tell that story someday, because that was a fun investigation.
Okay.
But anyway, moving on here. This was of course, because with this Epstein story, nothing is given to where there's going to be an end to it. It is not something where it's like, here's the documents, here's the story, now we're done. Everything that is old is new again. Who entered Epstein's jail tier the night of his death? Newly released video logs appear to contradict official accounts, CBS News. Newly released Department of Justice documents show the investigators reviewing surveillance footage from the night of Jeffrey Epstein's death observed an orange-colored shape moving up the staircase towards the isolated locked tier.
The shape was moving.
Yeah, well, there's an orange-colored shape. It was just, orange.
With a carrot or something. What are we talking
it was a Muppet of some kind, Jim Henson Productions. Locked here where his cell was located at approximately 10:39 p.m. on August 9th, 2019. That entry in an observation log of the video from the Metropolitan Correctional Center appears to suggest something previously unreported by authorities. A flash of orange looks to be going up the L tier stairs. Could possibly be an inmate escorted up to that tier. It also appears, according to an FBI memorandum, that reviews by the investigators led to the disparate conclusions by the FBI and those examining the same video from the Department of Justice's Office of an Inspector General. The FBI log describes the fuzzy image as possibly an inmate. The Inspector General logs it as an officer carrying orange linen or bedding, noting it in their final report as an unidentified corrections officer. Final report by the Inspector General stated at approximately 10:39 p.m., an unidentified CEO appeared to walk up the L-tier stairway and then reappeared within the view of the camera at 10:41 p.m. Official reports state that Epstein died by suicide sometime before 6:30 a.m. when his body was discovered by a corrections officer delivering his breakfast. No official time of death was ever determined. In recent months, there have been questions about the work of investigators probing the circumstances of his death. In an in-depth analysis of surveillance video from the jail, CBS News previously reported on the figure on the stairs and consulted independent video analysts who said the movement was more consistent with an inmate or someone wearing an orange prison uniform than a corrections officer. The new records raise more questions about activity near Epstein's tier late that evening. Official reviews of Epstein's death make no mention of the figure in orange, and later pronouncements from the authorities, including the Attorney General at the time, Bill Barr, were that no one entered Epstein's housing tier the night of his death. Last summer, in an interview on Fox and Friends, the then Deputy Director Dan Bongino said, "There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it." Prison employees interviewed by CBS News said escorting an inmate at that hour would have been highly unusual. The identification of the individual could have been crucial to reconstructing the events, given that the sighting occurred within the estimated window of Epstein's possible death. The staircase leading to his cell tier was captured by the only camera known to have been recording that night, positioned in a way that partially obscured the approach to Epstein's tier. Government investigators relied heavily on that footage in reconstructing the timeline of events, but because of the camera angle, it was not possible to rule out whether someone could have climbed the stairs and entered the tier without being clearly visible. CBS News' analysis of that video found additional contradictions between what that video showed and the official statements. So, yeah, Alex, we're never going to get our answers on any of this. It's going to go on for the rest of our lives, and it'll be something that we have to give to our children in our wills to carry on the legacy of the stories.
Look, I for one, I'm content to go through this for a very long time. I'm like, there's all these people telling us to move on, and I just want to do the exact opposite.
It's the only thing we'll talk about.
Let's go through this in the next 5 years. I am perfectly happy to do this. Like this is worth that.
So
I don't know, man.
Here's what I will say. This is a partially satisfactory scenario for me to comfortably leave it on. I never expect to get full answers out of the world that I live in. So the fact that there's going to be certain things like this that I just never get resolution on or is something I expect. That's just my normal expectation, and I'm okay with that. But when his death occurred and we heard certain things like, oh, these cameras were out. Oops, the guards fell asleep too. And oops, they also lied on their reports that they didn't fall asleep. And like all of these sequences of mishandlings at best or possible malfeasance at worst were coming through. Our best friends over at the Decoding the Gurus podcast, Chris Kavanaugh and company, were criticizing people who thought, hey, a lot of this is suspicious. This is probably, we need more thorough investigation of what's going on, because if you have the highest profile inmate, you shouldn't have these frequent camera failures. And Chris Kavanaugh, in one exchange to me back at the time, asked me if I knew the rate at which cameras tend to fail in those institutions, as if that was my responsibility to know. Whether I go like like I don't think he does. But if he heard that they fail all the time, I think he would accept that answer as fine. Whereas I go, that sounds like a fucking problem.
By the way, I sent you a little video you can play as a just extra cherry on top. It's in your DMs.
Okay. Give me one sec.
Just for true entertainment.
I asked him, I just like, when is someone allowed to go, hey, certain things are askew and it's possibly good that, we get a thorough investigation out of this, and accepting that he killed himself is possibly not the only potential answer here. All right.
Right. I mean,
it's the same thing with Epstein.
Yeah, go for it.
Epstein's list. It's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing?
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list. Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
I want to just be very clear. Republicans could get Epstein's list out now? Like, how would that process work?
Simple. One subpoena to the FBI. Give me the list.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is I mean, there's
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
Now, we've played that clip, or at least versions of that clip before, Alex, and I think there's the version that we played at the time went on a little bit longer, where he said that you could like take the FBI director's plane privileges away or something like that.
I remember that. Yeah.
As a way of getting the list. And it's like, look, when Cash went on Joe Rogan and said, look, sorry, there's just nothing there. It's he killed himself. And look, I might accept that as the answer, that based off of everything they have, they can't find a way to come to an alternate conclusion. Okay, cool. But when you go on Joe Rogan and start like telling people that they need to drop it because there's nothing there, and just to trust you, bro, it's like you were the rabble rouser before going in there. So you got everyone hyped up. All right. You were the one who got them hooked on the drugs. You need to wean them off. You need to go and, like, you can't just be.
A lot to ask for an explanation for this pattern. Like, I understand, right? Like, I mean, there's the whole Michael Tracy thing, which drives me up a wall. I tweet about it all day, mostly because I feel insulted by his tweets. Not that he attacks me most of the time, but right. His very, his very demeanor is like fucking calling me an idiot just before we're reading it, Yeah. Where you're basically like dancing between, well, you couldn't prove this in the court of law and therefore it didn't happen. And you know what? Like, of all the things that happened, how many things can have proven a court of law? You think?
Yeah.
Like, what's the percentage? Right.
Well, there was one thing he
said.
said. There was one thing he said. If I'm going to give him some credit, there was one thing he said the other day that I heard in a Twitter space, and it was one of the reasons that the guy who looks like Mr. Burns, who Acosta, Acosta was the guy who, quote, cut him the sweetheart deal, right? That's the okay. That the story that Tracy gives there is that the issue involved, and this is actually something we've discussed many times, where I joke that if you find that someone is charged federally for a crime, it's usually because you're going to find the sentence in the charges that that they were involved in interstate commerce somewhere, because that's how the feds have to get you. There isn't like a 1-to-1 correspondence between person got killed by this guy as a murder, therefore we charge him. It's that there's somewhere involved was interstate commerce. And Tracy said that part of the issue was that the list of things that they were going after him for did not necessarily afford itself to that federal leeway where it was like all intrastate. So it was all contained within Florida, and it didn't go interstate, things like that. So like if that's true, then he does have some information that pieces some of the puzzle together. Right. But, I understand what you're saying, where he seemingly mocks people for having certain ideas that all of the news portrays as valid information, all the time.
No. What he does is he says, well, you couldn't prove it. And the FBI said no. And he leaves it at that, as in this is conclusive. And then when the FBI says something he doesn't agree with, he calls them clowns. So it's another case of Sam Harris where your ultimate authority for what is true is yourself. Okay, there is nothing else. It's just you, ultimately, right? If you can lean on the feds, you lean on the feds. If the feds are contradicting you, you call them morons. Like, there's no standard per se, and he doesn't offer any particular positive case for explaining the pattern we're looking at, right? He just talks about, this could be that, and this doesn't have to be that, and this could be something else, and okay, but like, you know what I mean? It's like at some point you gotta like pull it all together and tell me what I'm looking at. Where did his money come from? Remember before we were talking about that you could plausibly say that maybe, just absolutely maybe, you could squint and say that his predilections were distinct from his financial dealings. However, that theory is now dead because he's clearly making opportunities available to his friends to, have, interactions with, beautiful, very, very young women. Now, you could say that I'm going to create a model where he himself was breaking the age barrier, but he was very careful to not make his friends break the age barrier. But that, to me, is an additional assumption that I have no reason to insert in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And can I prove that in court? I mean, the way it's going, probably, sure, soon enough. But, right now, do I have if you put me up a wall, could I give you like the bulletproof, defense of the case? No. But that is not the same as, this isn't true. Anyway, I'll want to send you another clip of Michael Tracy to explain what it is that he does that I find particularly galling.
I pay attention to him less, so I don't have as much of a.
Because I fucking take the rage bait.
I'm sure there are times where he has, let's say, on different subjects, other topics, has done, looked into certain details that others have not looked into, and then, has provided explanations or pieces of evidence that others haven't considered whenever they're doing things, that has made him in the past valuable to some degree. as a pseudo investigative journalist, and so you probably, I would just imagine, you felt betrayed when he decided to tackle this topic.
No. I understand being a curmudgeon, right? I do. I get it. And even if he took like a pretty aggressive stance or whatever, that's fine. What he does is he aggressively represents the absence of evidence as evidence of absence point of view. And he says it very explicitly. He's like, you have no evidence. It didn't happen. And those two things are very, very different.
Yes.
Like they are as far from each other as, in a way, we have some evidence. We don't have like zero evidence. We have maybe no proof. Fair enough, but like, who does about anything anyway?
Well, we do have him apparently on record going around talking to all the scientists, going like, "Hey, if I got like 20 women and just tied them up and impregnated them, can I have my how often can I have them give birth to my offspring?"
Yes, he did have a ranch right next to where the scientists are based. Sure, but do you have video of the woman? His
like
private ranch. But play this clip I sent you, because I think this is the one where it really shows like what kind of a dishonest actor he is. And I do agree, by the way, that on the rare occasions that he does bring up a valid counterpoint that helps quash a particular thing that is getting out of control, he's valuable. But that is counterbalanced by what you're about to hear when you play this.
It rarely was the case that he would have full sexual intercourse with these girls, but he did have sexual intercourse with this one girl. She said consensually a day before her 18th birthday, and that was the victim, quote unquote, that was cited as the minor singular to whom Epstein was pleading guilty to procuring as a minor for prostitution.
But didn't you say
now, there are other allegations.
They had sex when she was 16?
They had sexual contact. They didn't have full intercourse. So yes. Look, I'm not denying Epstein obviously was reckless and impulsive around this time. Ghislaine Maxwell, in her proffer interview with Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, which was legitimately fascinating. If anybody's at all interested in this story, I really implore them to go read or listen to.
I read that. What did she say about Jeffrey Epstein in terms of his character with respect to young girls?
Yeah, no, this is what I'm getting to. She says that she observed behavioral changes on Epstein's part by the early 2000s because, according to Maxwell, he was taking what she regarded to be disturbingly high doses of testosterone. So that led to him becoming more aggressive, she said. And of course, given the physiological impact of any male taking high degrees of high doses of testosterone, it could lead to an extremely high sex drive for a man who is at that point in his 50s. So, or a recklessness and an impulsiveness and so forth. So yes, I'm not denying that in the Palm Beach sort of phase of the Epstein saga, so the early 2000s, roughly 2002 to 2005, Epstein clearly was reckless and impulsive and had teenage girls, whether just above or just below the age of consent, being constantly ferried to his Palm Beach estate.
What do you mean?
To engage in massages of varying degrees of sexualization.
When I say I disagree with you, this is the kind of thing that makes me uncomfortable. Like the way you seem to be like minimizing, like, hey, it wasn't vaginal intercourse, it was just like sexual contact, and like you seem to be.
I'm not minimizing it. You asked me what kind of sexual contact they had.
No, I didn't. I did not. I asked whether he had sexual relations with girls who are not just 17.
He had sexual contact.
What I want to understand is whether you believe there is evidence that Jeffrey Epstein had sex with multiple girls who were not just 17, but also 16 and 15.
Yes, absolutely.
So he was a serial abuser of girls, a sexual abuser of girls.
Question?
What's that? You agree with that characterization, right?
Can I answer?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
A serial abuser of girls?
Yes.
If you define serial abuse of girls as any sexual contact whatsoever with girls who are 16, yes, I don't
15.
condone Epstein's
yes, I do.
behavior.
I do define that. I do define abuse as a 50-year-old man as having sexual contact with a girl who is 15 or 16. So using that definition, is that something that Epstein was guilty of?
Having sexual contact with girls who were not above the legal age of consent, whether they were 16 or 17?
No, yes. 15 or 16.
There was a 16-year-old. If you go, Glenn, you got to let me answer. If you go and look at the public records that were produced by Palm Beach County after Ron DeSantis signed legislation in Florida that allowed for certain materials related to the Jeffrey Epstein to be produced, even though some of them were grand jury materials that would otherwise have to remain concealed by statute. There is a girl who I deem to be credible, who is 16, who says that she and Epstein knowingly engaged in sexual contact with her while she was 16. She doesn't claim that she was coerced. She doesn't claim that she was ever raped or that any violent act was committed upon her. But she does say that Epstein knowingly engaged in sexual contact with her at 16. So yes, that accords with Epstein becoming much more impulsive, much more reckless, maybe having untamable sex drive as a result of his taking these high levels of testosterone that I'm perfectly willing to grant. My mission has never been to absolve Jeffrey Epstein morally of his lifestyle choices and surrounding himself with a parade of teenage girls from the local high school in the Palm Beach area. Obviously, that's a gigantic mess waiting to happen. I would advise against it. Any father who is sane, who had a daughter, whether she was 16, 17, 18, or 19, would more than likely advise the daughter strongly to not get engaged in the kind of operation that Epstein had going and that these teenage girls were recruiting one another to participate in, sometimes by telling one another to lie about their ages. Actually, one of the so-called Epstein survivors or victims who admits, Haley Robson, her name is, that she was a ringleader in telling these girls to lie about their ages, so that they could come to the Palm Beach house of Epstein and get $200.
The punchline of all this, right? He is fucking being nailed to a wall, being forced to admit that, yes, okay, fine, yes, he knew, yes, it happened. And then, by the time he ends his fucking tirade, he's still going on about, they're being forced to lie about their ages, as if the guy is a moron and can't put two and two together. This is what drives, I don't know, like...
Well, no, so you might remember a long time ago I said that you never want to be the guy who starts talking about arguing whether someone is a hebephile, a febophile, or a pedophile whenever the accusation comes on about having sex with underage girls.
He was just an innocent man suffering from the side effects of a drug that he was taking for his health.
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. I have absolutely no idea why Tracy is inserting that, because it's completely irrelevant.
But we wouldn't know about it if DeSantis wouldn't have signed this bill to
I'm going to try to give Tracy some benefit of the doubt to explain the best possible explanation I could have for why he finds this relevant. There is a large difference between a zeitgeist that says that Jeffrey Epstein was, collecting 5-year-olds up to 10-year-olds or whatever and raping them, or the stuff that's been people have been spreading around this last dump, which is that he's been eating babies and human jerky and stuff like that. There is a large gap between that and a systematic manipulation of women who are 16 but under 16 and 17 years old but under 18 and sexually assaulting them, even if it's under the statutory definition of it, right? Like there is a gap between the eating babies and raping children, raping babies and having statutorily raping teenagers. There's a difference in what that means. Now, that doesn't absolve him of any. You go to jail, buddy. Sorry, that's you made the mistake of.
But Gator, Michael Tracy would advise your daughter from staying away from that. If you have a daughter, you should
it is ill-advised. Yeah.
It was a mess waiting to happen. I mean, he was impulsive,
There is an additional social component that complicates certain things, not necessarily entirely, but certain things. And that is, in the 80s and early 90s, there is a large acceptance of, you can find it in popular rock music, of, men in their 30s and 40s writing these musics and writing these songs, and even as they're in their 60s still performing them in front of crowds, where the songs are about older men sleeping with 16-year-olds, right? Sleeping with the high school girl. And the state by state.
I've been thinking about this a lot. And there is a difference between, I don't know, you went to a party or something, and somehow you ended up in bed with like a young girl or whatever. I don't know. Like it hasn't happened to me, just to be clear, but like there's an organic way in which people meet, and they might have like a one-night stand or whatever. And to me, there's a very big difference from this to Epstein, who, if you read the emails, he has scouts. Those scouts go to Slovakia, Poland, and Ukraine, and they spot little girls on the street, and they promise them modeling careers. And those girls go through Paris, through Jean-Luc Brunel, and then they end up in New York. And they end up in New York at the age of 16 or 17. They have nobody. They have no money. This one girl I'm talking about, she says, I'm broke. I don't have money to even go to my next modeling gig. And he's like, go over there, ask my assistant, she'll give you a bunch of money. Okay. It's not like the statutory thing is one thing that maybe I can understand if we're talking about, something where, with no prior planning, you ended up in a situation and you were impulsive, quote unquote. There's nothing impulsive about deploying scouts to the streets of Bratislava.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. And
actually the opposite
that's why,
of impulsive.
That's why I don't understand why he goes down these certain routes. And again, the only thing that I think would be relevant is to separate the idea of like, beef jerky made from people, the rape of actual small children, and the stuff that I think is generally accepted was things he did beyond a reasonable doubt to even question, which is the systematic abuse and manipulation of people by either removing them from resources to give them options to have things to do other than make money by sexually gratifying him. There is a difference, not necessarily a big enough one to make a big stink about, but there is a difference if everyone assumes that he was raping babies and he wasn't raping babies and he was doing what you were just mentioning, which was the more systemic and systematic mythological entrapment of these people. That side stuff is sick, perverted, immoral, all grotesque, all of those things, but there is some sort of conceptual difference. Now, the thing that I was saying was complicates it a bit is that state by state in the United States, and if you expand this to international, the age of consent laws, the age of majority laws are very incompatible. And so, like in a state like Pennsylvania, the age of consent is 16. So if you hear in the news someone in the United States, a 50-year-old man sleeps with a 17-year-old, 18 is no longer this age that has a magic meaning, because now you have to ask what state they were in. Okay, well, if they were in a state like PA, 16 is the age of consent. But then the laws in PA are even a little bit more complicated, in that if the person was above the age of 14, you have a defense in court if you had a reason to think they were 16. And so, as an example, if this person was 15, but they were driving a car, you're not supposed to be driving a car before you're 16 in the state of Pennsylvania. So hypothetically speaking, if they were driving a car all around, you had a reason to believe that they were 16.
This is the reason I said, for example, in this one case, I'm following through, that he was in prison, like literally in prison. His email in the early emails is literally, I'm not kidding, JE space jail. Okay, that's his email alias. Mm-hmm. Okay, he is in jail, where he's going out every evening to work, whatever, but he's still under very strict rules about what he's supposed to be doing. And he's not supposed to be talking to minor, non-adults. Okay, he's not.
Yeah,
and he is. So if for the people like Tracy who are hyper focused on whether legal statutes were violated, the answer is clearly yes. Okay, now moving on. let's talk about what it is he was doing and how he was farming influence, right? And what he was farming it for. Because they'll say like, oh, he was a networker, he was collecting people. Gator, could you collect those people? Like how would you go about would you just by asking for intros, like could you get that kind of
here was a question I was going to ask earlier. This is on the side of collecting people. You asked a question about Peter Attia, like, well, why didn't you mention all of this stuff that Epstein would have said beforehand, or maybe it wasn't Attia, but it was another person's, like, why didn't you tell us that he was, had these ideas or saying all these things? Maybe it was Lutnick that you were referring to. But my question is, if they were all willing to sit there and listen to this insane man talk about wanting to have a farm where he was impregnating a entire farm of women and have them as incubators, raising giving birth to his babies so that he could create a genetic master race of his own making. If they were willing to entertain all of this, how many other people do they entertain this type of bullshit from on a regular basis? Meaning, how many other people have these type of bizarre, preposterous ideas that they're just like, yeah, he's a weirdo like that. That's just Marv for you.
Some of the emails he sends out are so fucking wild that, and they're to serious scientists. And by the way, he's like legitimately, this man would be assisted by having ChatGPT, because that's what these questions are for. But he says things like, what if our neurons are communicating with each other faster than light or whatever? And he's asking these are like serious physicists who have to humor him. And they're like, well, if they were going faster than light, it means they would have to go back in time. And then game theory collapses at that point, Jeffrey. Stuff like that. But it's like he did have these brain farts where he genuinely probably thought that he had brilliant ideas and he was sharing with the scientists. And the impressive part is that they definitely are humoring him. They're like, oh yeah, I never thought about it that way.
Well, the dumb thoughts notwithstanding, the let's say more immoral scientific ideas that he had, right? Like the ones that were, having a harem of animal women as animal incubators. Like how many other people are these scientists entertaining conversations with just because they think that there might be money on the other side?
Yeah, like the casual war crime, right? And the casual violation of every statute of human rights and the Nuremberg Code, and I don't know. I can keep going, I guess.
Because the default inference people are walking into, the default inference that people are walking into is that Jeffrey Epstein is the only weirdo like that out there. And I'm not convinced that he's the only weirdo out there like that.
Yeah. It's very odd. Again, that's the kind of thing we need to get to the bottom of, right? And I will say that a lot of people are like, oh, they've been redacted. There's nothing in there. I am kind of confused at people who say that, and Brett kind of conveyed that vibe too. And I don't know. I guess if you're looking for legal implications, I could sort of see why you would say that. But in terms of curiosity, understanding somebody who was clearly a hub in an elite network that went everywhere. By the way, he's got conversations casually talking with the foreign minister of Slovakia. Again, Slovakia. This country keeps coming up, about how the foreign minister is considering maybe resigning and whether he'll stand on principle and whatever, and talking to Epstein about it, right? So you have this guy in the middle of this network having these conversations. By the way, I will say this one thing. His throughput must have been ridiculous, right? He must have been writing hundreds of emails per day, at least. I don't I haven't done the numbers. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm exaggerating. But his just sheer email writingness is off the charts. And I will say that this is a feature I have seen in some of the most successful sort of investors and CEOs. I'll share a story about Sam Altman without wanting to connect it to, because whatever you think about Sam Altman, he's no Jeffrey Epstein. I had one occasion to email him about something, I don't know, 15 years ago. And he literally, he literally responded to me in seconds, and I'm like, what the fuck? You know, like, how is this possible? You know, like, there are some people who are just central hubs in a node, and those again, those networks can be completely innocent, like, you know, the Silicon Valley investment ecosystem, for example, or what neutral. Okay, fine, they can be neutral, not what Epstein was doing, but just there are some people who just have this ability to be just sheer throughput, and day after day after day for years. This is just how they are and what they do. It's just that Epstein was the I don't know.
Mark Cuban was supposedly supposed to be someone like that, where if you shot him an email, you should expect a reply within 10 minutes or something.
I mean, Musk is like that too. So this is a well-known thing, and again, I don't think people are attuned to it. I realize what this means, but yes, there are. You know, that means there are tens of thousands of people that have received emails from this person, and this person could probably tell you who that person is. And
if you send me an email, there is a high degree of probability I will never see it.
I tell people to, if they can't reach me on Signal, they basically should expect me to not reply to their emails. I don't look at my emails. I have shaped my life such that I don't have to.
It's like I have 3,000 unread emails right now. Okay, I guess I'm never reading them. Whoops.
I mean, you say that, but it's true. I'm waiting for the AI to sort through them one day.
I scan the subject lines occasionally, and if it, then I try to see if something was important. But yeah,
but I don't know. I'm just trying to add a novel dimension to this through my own browsing and clearly idiosyncratic filter onto this whole fucking story.
Yeah, so I guess that's where a safe place sort of to land today's catch up Epstein thing. If we this is already now like 2 hours, so it would have been hard to even have attempted to tack it on at the last episode. But if anyone wants to come up and comment and give their thoughts on this subject broadly, either to support or contrast with something we've said, go ahead and request to speak. This is, we're apparently going to have to talk about Epstein for a long time in the future, because this story is not going to die anytime soon, I don't imagine. We're going to have more redaction fights. We're going to have more pushes for the remaining 3 million documents. People are going to find more stuff in the documents, I expect. Alex, have you been able to tell, because I have not tested this yet, I've been able to tell if these documents, like from emails and stuff, are like some weird sort of scanned thing, because like, or these actual like main source PDF exports with their own metadata?
They have metadata, and they have layers of metadata. Apparently, which I've learned yesterday, PDFs can have, like if you re-encode and re-encode, they don't delete the prior layers of metadata. They just kind of like append. It's like a geological thing.
EXIF tool is one of my favorite applications, because that's it helps me.
So what I found out is that they carry metadata at least until back to 2020. So what my digital friend tells me, but he does have a tendency to hallucinate sometimes. So take it with a grain of salt. Is that in 2020 was the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, so it could well be that a lot of these were already sort of processed back then, and they basically use the same pipeline. And I say that because I've also looked into the versions of the programs that were used and when those were released, and that sort of lines up with 2020. They use the same pipeline to do the work now. So there's 2026 signatures and the 2020 signatures in those. By the way, in some of those files, because there's so many files and so many batches, I don't know yet. I don't have a good sense of geography, right? Like they've got different data sets. I assume those data sets are organized by like what they were gathered for, so to speak, right? They're not really, this was his inbox, this was what we got from Little St. James or whatever. It's more like, this is the stuff that we got for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. This is the stuff we got for, I don't know, his 2018 incarceration or 2019 incarceration or whatever. So that's why you also have a lot of duplication. The same email in many different formats and shapes and sizes, because every time they had a new case, they basically hoovered up everything again and they bundled it. So now you have a number of bundles, but that, when they say 3 million files, you kind of have to cut it in half and probably more, because a lot of these are duplications. And I'm not saying duplications as in it's exactly the same file, like binary level, but it's the same content, like text level.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, but I suspect that we're going to be talking about this for a while.
The rest
I'm
of our
definitely starting
lives.
to sink my teeth into it, and technically speaking, that is, and frankly, I mean, I'm kind of wondering what. I see a lot of people doing unredaction, so I'm assuming it's safe legally, but I don't know. I don't know what the deal is.
You don't know now?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Candace. Maybe she'll know. Anyway, yeah. So I don't know. It's definitely like a small universe in there. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you get a snapshot of an elite world through a particular lens, but there is a lot to understand there sociologically about who these people are, what they're doing, how they're operating, how they're relating to each other. What they're talking about. Yes, the torture video, for example, right? It's one thing if you're getting that from, I don't know, your mom, and it's another thing if you're getting that from a person whose region, sorry to people from the Middle East, but is where extraordinary rendition was too, because they are very good at this thing.
So even that, like, let's call it stigma notwithstanding, it was simply the fact of the cultural barrier making me decrease my belief that it was possibly a euphemism. Just because if you are attempting to switch from your native language to another language, you're going to use far fewer euphemisms, because you don't have that type of, you don't have the idiosyncratic speech down. You're going to attempt to
be straightforward.
Yeah, you're going to be much more literal in your speech as you try to translate, because you're going to want the other person to understand you. So torture video winds up having a higher chance for me to be literal.
Yeah. But it's also the fact that, that's where they send people to be tortured. Like, they did not send them to Sweden, strangely enough.
Yes. Well, I have good news for you, Alex. You get a 302 if you try to download one of these PDFs directly through a console, just through like wget, but it immediately redirects you, and unless the PDF was a age verification,
it is.
Oh,
well,
okay.
It's going to be an age verified HTML file.
There should probably be a cookie or something, though. Then
I guess so.
I'll figure it out. And I'll let you know, and then we'll download
all the
all
wire fraud statutes too, if you can.
We'll download it all, and then we'll put it in
so that's
a vector database,
that will be a genuine service. I think so there is jmail.world, which is a really funny website. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen it floating around. I haven't used it though.
So somebody's recreated a Gmail, basically, like replete with like page numbers and threading, and but unfortunately, so what I'm saying is clearly there is a way to get the whole thing, and it's floating around out there. And even if the DOJ is no longer making it available, somebody has it. So we could figure it out that way. But the problem even with them is that they don't give you advanced search, right? So if you want to know like when, so for example, one way that I trace conversations is by finding their email signatures, right? So the one I'm talking about would say something like sent from my BlackBerry handheld, full stop, right? And that full stop is highly discriminatory because it's not, that exact same sequence of words exists, but without the full stop and with the full stop. So that's a different person, right? So, but I can't say like, give me that, but within these dates or whatever. I just have to take, and even the full stop doesn't search for substrings. It just searches for words. So then I have to sift through, 3 times as many emails to find the ones with a full stop and whatever. Just, a bunch of bullshit that I kind of shouldn't have to just because of their UI.
Well, Alex, I have some good news for you.
What is it? You found it?
The cookie that gets sent is just Justice Gov age verified equals true. So you should be able to mock this cookie stuff up and get
I
the
don't
files
want to. That's what I'm
programmatically.
saying. I just want the archive from somebody else so I can put it up on Elasticsearch or fucking something and not have to deal with this shitty website. That's what I want. And not go to prison, ideally.
Why would you go to prison, Alex?
I don't know.
You are of age, are you not?
Did you not see one of the things that they did, by the way, with when they gave members of Congress the access to the unredacted stuff? Apparently, they tracked their searches and they used that as part of the prep of Pam Bondi for her deposition.
Well, I think we're gonna at some point have to decide are these adversaries that we have in the DOJ and FBI really competent or really incompetent? Because I don't know
That's
which
the thing,
we.
right? That is the thing, because they do seem to be, a weird fusion of, they're very competent in their incompetence.
Oh no, they're recording all of the searches and they're doing all this stuff with it. It's like, well, that sounds actually really clever and fairly competent of them to do, but then they do all this shit that makes no sense.
Right. Right. That is a constant. I mean, I hate to say it, the answer is probably both, right? Because they're not one person.
True.
But and also, unfortunately, attack is easier than defense, right? So it's much harder to do a 3 million document release competently than it is to, tap the searches of congressional representatives that they do on a computer that you provide them with. But it is friggin' infuriating that this is what they're spending their whatever competence budget they have. This is what it's going to
Yeah.
covering their asses.
Well, I think that's a good place to close this out, and I will be releasing Sundays and this as sort of one long continuous piece for the podcast people. And I invite you all to go listen to the reposting of the Pizzagate story, because it does get you all up to speed with the world,
riled up to speed,
writ large. And as a side quest, look into the Belgian X-Files, which we cover a little bit in the Pizzagate story, but it's a very similar narrative to what we're discussing now. And so who knows if there's extra components and extra threads to tie together from that story. But Alex, thank you for joining me on this dumb midweek.
Gator, I hope you'll stick with me, because I will need company down this fucking rabbit hole. It is dark, and I need a friend.
All right, sir. You have a friend in me.
There.
Everybody, take care. We'll see you again on Sunday.
Thank you, everybody.